Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. Going. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now swimming.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I run around town bumping shit that can
Bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can
Bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look, I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
I'm swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Force.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
knocking at your door. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, I'm riding around town, bumping shit they can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, riding around town, bumping shit they can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
And keep my status, but stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city boards, ball swords, and my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target, and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
Like that. I like that, y'all. Like that. Like that. Like that, y'all. Like
Hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is. KC, King Chaka.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you. We up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you. We up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, scotch, 784. Bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper thick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. your body shake. Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle.
Dime que tú quieres para ti.
Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's what it is. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I done played the block and it's time to stop. Pop the blocks, then drop the top. Button have to say fuck the cops. They keep it hot up on my block. Keep it not up in my pocket. You know the G and it can't be stopped. Flip the script with serving dip. Keep the heat on Silent Hill. You know when I know that fifth water just so cold. Riding on post, slamming wood dough. Sipping on drink, fucking these hoes. Riding on bowls, push kilos. Me and my boys ball out of control. Got so much ice you can balance football. Me, Lil G, I can't be hoe. Look at my mouth, see number go. Fucking with a knife, will make you fold. Look at my room, see number polo. Step in the bed and in the studio. Over your nose, the smell of smoke. Over your mouth, it's start to blow. Now you know we got that dope. Cause me and my boys ball out of control. We keyed up and G'd up. We should have lost straight speed up. We should have decided to pull my heat up. Lost things going big, I'm fucked up. Nigga, we keyed up and G'd up. Once you lost straight speed up. We should have decided to pull my heat up. Lost things going back, I'm fucked up. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle.
Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. Bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gap that spits venom, you sitting black. And when the bottom of the knife and it smack, he bleeds.
The cat's wax and I'm back.
Cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffling cuff his hand to a cop, nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shock a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that fighting ball, blood spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light is smart despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escaping out of corpse is rough. Top half man and I be damned if they bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus.
All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. Trapping and rapping ain't about the hustle. I don't wanna tussle. All trapping and rapping ain't about the hustle. I don't wanna tussle. All
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take our word for it. Look that shit up, please. Yeah. So how y'all feeling? I feel good? Saturday night? Gonna talk about some race, spirituality, and politics on a Saturday night? Really? Yes, really. That's exactly what we're going to do. Because that's what we do every night. It's like, what are we going to do today, Pinky? Try and take over the world. We're not trying to take over the world. We're trying to save the world, though. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, that's a crazy, crazy, crazy sound, right? So it's like The only person who's crazy enough to save the world is the one that's crazy enough to think he can do it. I mean, you'd have to be crazy, right? Crazy to think you can save the world. You're definitely insane if you think you can save the world. So, sanity is not, I mean, we do talk about mental health on this show, but some of the stuff, I guess what we're trying to do is a bit insane. So, it is what it is. Like me trying to get people to move on this migration issue, which is what we've been talking about this week. It's like Mission Impossible, man. Mission Impossible. And maybe my numbers could be better. Maybe my facts could be better. Maybe I need to learn more about it. And I have learned more this week. And I'm going to keep on digging in this issue because this is it's a hot button issue, especially politically. So, I could see us talking about this more and more in the future. And I also think that we've been having good shows this week as a result of the topic. You know what I mean? I really do because, getting people when people feel strongly about something, then, that's when you get, good TV, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm looking for here. I want to edutain you guys in a way, but it's focused on education, but we have to put a little entertainment in there. But it's also kind of like a class, so it gets boring sometimes. So, and it's also like the we're pushing against the grain when it comes to the TikTok microwave nation, world where everything is quick, the Amazon delivery overnight, da. You know what I'm saying? Perfect, everything perfect teeth, perfect, newscasters, perfect set, perfect timing. You know what I'm saying? Perfect segments and segues. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? Everything just bite-sized and just perfect and pretty to the eye and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Digitally edited perfectly. So, and I used to do music and I'm all about analog. So that's why I do the show the way I do it is like with the live streams, it's kind of like the analog. It's the real. It's like, and then when we're having these conversations, some of the stuff I bring up, like I haven't warned my, co-host or whoever what it was. And then I hit them with questions and then their answers are real. This is a real ass show. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody biting their tongue and nobody getting paid for the words they say. We get to hear the real true perspectives of people here on this show. So that's what we do. And then we talk about heavy subjects where there's very few places where you can go to have these kinds of conversations. So this is your chance. This is your outlet. This is for you. You make the show. You guys coming in talking. You guys making comments, questions. You guys make the show. And this is your chance for the world to hear your, view or perspective on subjects. Because like I say, I don't care how much you know about a subject. You could still learn about people's perspectives on that subject. You might know it through and through and through, but you don't know how people look at it. You don't know how everyone looks at it. And then knowing how other people look at it can help you with your perspective. But not only that, it can, help you understand the world and how things work because you can't control everybody's perspective. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing you could do, even if you educate them or whatever. You can't change their perspective. I mean, well, maybe you can, but what I mean is their perspective is their perspective. And it's most likely it's going to be different from yours. And just because of the way they grew up or whatever, if they didn't grow up right on the block right next to you, you know what I'm saying? Then a lot of chances are their perspective is going to be different. This is kind of funny.
Detroit was raining. Right on to share with you a way to die. Okay, that's what he about to share with you. Another way. Listen here, use an ignorant mother. Is he still on the force? Like, look at that gun. That's the same gun Bishop wreaked havoc in for an hour and a half. Stop playing.
I gotta find my vape.
Stop playing. Okay, if you want your brains riding shotgun, go ahead and listen to what he's saying. Okay, matter of fact, hey Jim.
Yeah.
Use the new technology and play the audio of the helper.
Okay.
Play what he's thinking.
Somebody ass gonna get shot.
You're stupid. You're stupid.
It's pretty funny. I want to find my vape. Oh shit, I can't play this because of that sound in it. I already know. I'm learning how y'all are. Getting better and better. That's another thing I wanted to mention. Like, one thing I can guarantee y'all is that the show will continue to get better and better. Like, what it's going to look like in the future, I have no idea. Because my goal is just to keep the same theme, you know, but keep getting better. So that's it. Who knows what it's going to look like? I can't predict that. Like, I'm not dead, nigga. And nobody said touch me.
We have officially. So, yo, fuck me, God! Holy shit!
Almost got bit out there fucking around.
Man, Italy is known as the boot-shaped country. You know what I'm saying? You see that long-legged, them the long boots. But low key though, New Zealand out here looking like a boot as well. But yo, look at New Zealand, man. New Zealand out here looking like a boot as well. Mind you, the boot has been taken off, but it's still, you took your boot off and your foot and your ankle, but it's a boot foot nonetheless, kicking upward. You know what I'm saying? Like, Italy is more of a pretty woman style boot, kinky boots. You know, you work in the corner type boot. Mind you, I never believed Julia Roberts as a prostitute and Pretty Woman, man. She looked like she didn't have no clients. She just felt too fresh in the game. New Zealand, though, New Zealand looked like a dress shoe boot. Like the dress shoe that came up the ankle. My dad made me wear those dress shoe boots. I hated them boots. Either you gonna be a dress shoe or a boot, but you gotta make a decision at church. Tony Baker here, back on his geography. This is it.
That's funny. He said you took your whole foot off too, but I can't play that. I'm kind of waiting for people to get in. The fuck you mean you don't date black girls? Somebody dated your black ass mom though. So what you trying to say, butter? I don't think he ever said that. This is the moment Amazon labor unions learned they won. The workers, oh shit, are they gonna play this? It's probably gonna be a bunch of noise. But I heard about this. Like I said, a bunch of noise. It's it says the movement, the workers on Station Island made history by unionizing the first Amazon warehouse in the United States. Jeff Bezos lost. Christian Smalls, the union leader, was fired by Amazon and faced a smear campaign orchestrated by executives. Oh, we want to thank Jeff because while we were signing people up, he was going to space. The union says more than 18 more states are ready to join them. This is the moment Amazon labor union learned they won. I don't know, bruh. You know, I think I can't say nothing bad about this. I can't. But what I feel is like they like to blow up the smallest things, like I be saying all the time politically, you know, so they make this political and make it look like it's a win. But I'd have to, you know, that's yet to be determined. It's not a win yet. Let's see what happens. No, I can't play the sound. We have received and accepted Mr. Will Smith's immediate resignation from the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. Damn. We will continue to move forward with our disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Smith for violations of the Academy Standards of Conduct in advance of our next scheduled board meeting on April 18th. Statement from David Rubin, President, Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences. So what does that mean? He says, we have received and accepted Mr. Will Smith's immediate resignation from the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences. So what does that mean? MPAC. What does that mean? That means that, he can never get a Grammy again. I don't know what that means. Somebody out there help me understand. I don't know what that means. Let's see if the comments will help. Received and accepted. I love Will Oscar or no Oscar. He still Will Smith from. So it just means that they're gonna take his awards back, whatever awards he got. I'm resigning immediately. Also, I guess it just means they're gonna take his awards. I guess that's just what it means. which is a big deal because those awards make your pay scale different in Hollywood. And you could say, I got an Oscar, so you got to pay me more. Yeah, I really don't give a fuck about this topic. I don't know why people pretend that that's fun. It's not fun. It's not fun to get retarded drunk. What up, Pat? How you feel?
Pretty good, I guess. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Waking
Yeah.
up. What's
Yeah,
up, dude?
man. How long you been on?
Oh, not that long.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it says 25 minutes, but the first 10, 15 is just my intro. So I've been on maybe 5, 10, less than 10.
Okay, cool deal.
Yeah, you ain't missed nothing. This is my intro. I always do this at the beginning anyways. I just scroll Instagram and warm up to the topics. Yep. What y'all see? Y'all see anything today?
Heck no, I slept.
Yeah, I went to work.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of snow.
Man, where you at to get snow?
Shit, I was in Akron, Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't get real bad. Well, I guess I started over in Erie. I spent the night
Oh,
in
okay.
Erie. I spent the night in Erie, PA last night. Drove over to Akron, picked up the load, and shit, I don't even remember where I parked at earlier.
Yeah, man. Shit.
I think I know I'm in Indiana somewhere.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Let me show y'all something. Do y'all follow me on Instagram? Dudes do. You
Yeah.
don't be seeing my shit.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
saw
don't
that
know.
thing you posted up there.
Let me see. Y'all check this out. Can I play this? It's just, I don't know, some kind of feeling. And it's like when you're looking at the fire, it's like I don't know. It's like you're looking at TV, I guess. You know what I mean? Like you're looking at, like, it's interesting.
You built a fire like that?
Yeah.
It probably just like
We was on the beach.
Daydream, like go into your mind.
This was a nice party. It was like another part of a nice party because
the heat,
because her birthday actually
the sound
hit that night when we was out there.
Yeah.
This was like the next day after the Airbnb.
Yeah, we went to the beach on Sunday. We had a little party to go to out there.
Oh yeah. It was really windy. It was really windy. And kind of chilly too.
Oh my God, that was burning. Wow.
That's why I say it go from kind of cold to real hot real fast.
My bad, I'm tripping. I'm tweaking. My bad.
You see them? They're out there. That was the people that was at a nice party. Some of the people that was there. So they cooked some, chicken, beef, sausage, hot dogs.
On that fire?
Yeah. That's what they're doing in this video right here.
I said you can have one. Oh no.
One more. Let me play y'all one more. chicken looks pretty good. It's like it's taking forever, huh?
Yes.
But it's getting there though.
Okay. Is there any more? Well, you can't just push it. Push it too.
Pretty cool, huh? We do that every time we go to the beach. I like to go at nighttime. And
Yeah.
then I miss the traffic every time too. That's another reason why I do that. On my way out, on my way out there, I saw freaking traffic backed up on 45 coming back in. It was probably a lot of people. It was this was Sunday night because they didn't have school on Monday morning that week.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I was going out, traffic was backed up on the other side of 45. And when I came back, I think it was one other car on the freeway with me. I didn't see no cops all the way home. Well, most of the way home.
Yeah. So let me where did you go? What, like Takima or something?
No, it wasn't Kima. It was like when you go to 61st Street or whatever and you got the piers and shit, right? On that part, you can't park on the beach, right? But see, I'm old, so I remember when back in the day you could pull up on the beach, even down there, before they put all those rails and shit they put in, to stop cars from being able to pull up on the beach. But if you go further down, you can drive up on the beach. I don't know. I can't really just say. You just go further down. You go past all of that, all of the main beach areas, and
I
you
don't
go
know where the
down
hell
there.
you. I don't know where the hell you at, but I mean that's fine.
I'm talking about 61st Street is right there off the. That's on the island. That's not Kima. Galveston
Okay.
Island. Yeah.
All right.
Galveston Island, 61st Street or whatever, and go to the beach and keep driving down the beach until, well, it's these houses. It's like apartments or lofts, not lofts, but you know what I'm saying. Like there's these houses. You'll start seeing these houses, these beach houses. That's when, well, most of that part where the houses are a private beach, but they have sections that are public beach going through there. So I can't really explain it because I don't look at the streets, and then it'd be dark whenever I'm driving. I'm always drive through there at night, so I can't just tell you. Maybe
Yeah.
somebody out there knows what I'm talking about.
Nah, it's like I said, it's cool. I figured out, especially if I'm supposed to be over there.
Yeah, when you get down there, maybe just ask someone where you can drive up on the beach because that's what I like to do. I want my car right there. Packing all of that shit down to the beach and packing all the shit back up to your car? Fuck no. And I've done that. I've done that plenty of times, but I'm off that shit. I done had multiple little kids and shit with me, and I'm by myself and I'm packing all kinds of shit like tents or whatever the hell we need back and forth to the car. Nigga, fuck that.
They said, did you know that something about one more? Go back
It
one
went,
more with
it went away.
Marlon Wayans.
It refreshed. I think I don't have that no more. The screen refreshed.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I can go back to that. I
Can
don't
y'all
even know
hear
what it
me?
said. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah. Can
I was like, I know these
lollygag.
motherfuckers just ain't ignoring me.
Yeah. Lollygag around a little more before I get to the topic. It says Will Smith resigns from Academy. What the hell does that mean? Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, that means that he's no longer part of the like he's you work for the Academy when you, cause see that's the Academy Awards. Like the Academy is like where
I
you
get it. So, but does that
filter.
mean he don't get? I mean, like, how does that affect him? That's what I mean.
Shit, I don't think. I mean, I guess like he won't work on the big time movies like you know, he might just do independent stuff, or if he does
Although,
anything.
but those movies aren't made by the Academy. They're made by whatever, this.
Yeah,
Whoever.
but I mean, that's how like getting hired. I mean, but I don't think he really needs that. I mean, he's a fucking superstar. Like,
Yeah.
you know, and honestly, like, I mean, maybe it affects him in other ways that I haven't realized yet. But I think, you know, just like, you know, he was getting paid 20 million a movie at one time, and then, you know, I think it does have something to do with,
Yeah, that's what I
you know,
said. His pay, because if you have Oscar, then you can say, yeah, you can, because I think they're gonna take his Oscars. If he got any before, did he get any before?
nah, this is first one.
That was his first one.
You remember like a lot of this stuff started because of, like the whole issue between him and Chris Rock started from the stuff from back in 2016 when him and his wife when you know he didn't get nominated for anything back in 2016, so they said they were gonna boycott the Academy, you know, the Academy Awards, and Chris Rock was like, they about to pay me a check, so I'm gonna take it. You know what I'm saying? Like it all began back then.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know much about that. So he's the one. So you're saying he's the, like, what do they call it when people go on strike? He's the one who crossed the line. He's the one who went. What do they call that? There's a name for that. When you go back and be like, shit, they paying me more, so I'm a supervisor now, y'all.
Well, I mean, because this was something that was supposed to be an effort on all black people, you know, like you know, especially in the business. And he was like one of those that said, "Look, fuck you. I'm getting paid, and you know, y'all can have a problem with them, but I don't." And it's like, okay, you're a sucker. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how they looked at him even back then. So here he is. He's Will's getting an award, and Chris is here in the same position that, you know, back in 2016, doing the, you know, hosting the awards, and then here he is up here talking shit about Will. So like it's a long history, bro. Like that's 6 years in the making, and like they've had conversations, or like, you know, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that's coming out more since then, since the, you know, the beginning of all the slap shit. But I think I get it more because it's just like, bro, like he's a sellout. Like he's coming out like he lets other white comedians say derogatory things about black people, maybe even to black people, the N word and all that kind of stuff. They said that Seinfeld had checked him, and you was it something CK, Louis CK, using the N word, and Seinfeld is like, I don't find the humor in all of that, and neither am I looking for it. So it's like, you
What I
know,
would say in Chris's defense is he's the big leagues. So once you get to that level, I mean, it is a certain amount. This is the United States after all. So there's
well, I
gonna be
mean,
a certain.
yeah, well, maybe he's just that much of a bitch, because I mean, you know, he you know, allowing people to, like, it's certain things. It's just like, you know, you might be friends with somebody, but at the same time, you know, a white
Hold on,
guy
I need to find my tape.
that's seeking that type of attention from using those words is usually an asshole. You know, like trying to, you know, and you know, look, I understand comedians push the line. You know, a lot of them do, but you're dealing with a different animal of somebody who, you know, they want to use this word. Like the psychology of it is a lot deeper than, you know.
Yeah.
y-
Yeah,
But
but y'all, my feeling on nigga the word, and then it's like, cause I'm like, NEGUS, like my niggas. So and then it's like, and then the other part of that is I like to say, if you call everybody niggas, if everybody's a nigga, then the word don't have no power. What I mean is like everybody niggas, it's like a equals humans. You know what I'm saying? No longer derogatory. Like taking the word back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean,
what was I gonna say?
Now they got a lot of old heads out here, bro. I know quite a few older men and women
that'll smack the
that
shit
will
out you.
literally be ready to fire. Yeah, be ready to fire your ass up. You say nigga around them, whether you black, white, whatever. Like they just feel like no, like my people fought. You know what I'm saying? Like
And I respect that.
just yeah,
I respect
they
that.
do not like that shit. I remember one time I said that shit around this old dude. I was contracted to a company, and dude went off on me, bro. He was like, "Look, man, like, hey, I don't play that. Don't use that." He was like, "You know what I'm saying? When somebody says that word around me, you know, I think about my dad getting punched in the face by a white man and him calling him a nigga as he doing it. Like, don't say that word around me." He tell he's like, "Bro, I literally," he's like, "I'd die for that."
It's serious.
Yeah, that's somebody I'm gonna be like, yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I try to say. Yes, sir.
Respect.
I apologize. I
Respect.
won't ever say that around you again. He's
Respect.
like, I won't ever say that again. My bad. My
Thanks
bad, brother.
for letting me know, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate the warning. You know what I'm saying?
Some people might not give you that much.
You know,
they might just react. Let me I'm gonna play a bit of this because I'm looking for my vape. I'll be right back, y'all.
This because they take donations.
My favorite part of your argument, Namiki?
The wonderful Nomiki Konst was on Fox News, where she was interrupted twice while discussing the power of corporations. So there's a lot more to this clip. I'm going to correct some of the misinformation coming from the other guest after this clip. But first here, look, I watched the entire segment. It's about 4 minutes long. The only time Harris Faulkner, Fox News host here, the only time she interrupted is while Nomiki was talking about the power of corporations over politics. Check this out.
Biden's approval on the economy also at an all-time low, with just 33% of people approving of its handling by Biden. 38% blame the president for rising inflation, which hit 7.9% in February. I'll come in reverse order. Matt.
No, again, that's a huge, huge issue. And as you mentioned before, his numbers among Latinos and African Americans is also troublesome. Look, Republicans have been making really quiet gains, steady gains, though, over the last couple of years. Democrats have taken them for granted. They assume that all they care about is either immigration or free stuff, when all they really care about is all what the rest of us care about, which is the economy, making sure their streets are safer and their houses are safer and their kids get a quality education. It's not rocket scientists, and it's certainly not pandering.
Nomiki.
Well, I got to hand it to you, Matt. Your jujitsu, your communications jujitsu is amazing. The fact that you mentioned 2014 is the last time Republicans did better. Again, that was a midterm year. This is historic. That is how it works. Everybody knows that, but you do a great job at that. Also, I mean, let's see. I would like to know how much we're losing support among minorities. It's actually quite small, and you are gaining a very, very, very tiny, almost not even relevant number of minority support. You know, let's go back to your numbers,
are you
which is
talking to me
important
like
because
that
the
on my
economy is
show?
in this situation because the corporations, the multinational corporations, which fund the
You
lobbyists,
do
which fund
realize
your
that the
Congress
price of
members,
gas was up by like $1.92 before we got into a situation where we told Russia we wouldn't buy any more oil, and the numbers started to really burst.
I'm not blaming Putin.
Okay, but what about the
blame Putin
cost
for a
of
lot,
bread?
but what I will blame,
That doesn't have anything to do with the oil companies or the big corporations.
It has to do with CEOs price gouging. They're price gouging everywhere to an effect that Congress is now going to investigate it. If the Republican Party is blind to this because they take donations,
my favorite part of your
Inflation
argument,
is price
Namiki,
gouging.
was arguing how many blacks, Latinos, independents, and women don't like you. It's like that was the argument. It's great to have you both.
Is that what
Harris Faulkner?
Is that what you said? What do y'all think about that so far?
Well, I think that that woman, like, she's the top coon at that at Fox.
Yeah, she's the boss. Don't talk to me like that on my show. You can see it on her face. Go ahead. What you was gonna say?
Well, but you know, the corporations are who pay her. She don't give a damn who the
Oh
president
yeah,
is.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She
Jimmy
gets
Dore.
paid. Go ahead.
I'm gonna probably play it, but in a video, I don't know if it's gonna play in the video because it's a long video and I ain't gonna play the whole thing. So, but part of it, Jimmy Dore was saying, those people at MSNBC and all of that CNN, they're millionaires. He said real journalists don't make millions of dollars. Chris Hedges, I think it was Chris Hedges who said that, and he was like, yeah, it was Chris Hedges on Jimmy Dore's show, and he was like, yeah, real journalists don't make millions of dollars, so they're not journalists at all. They're mouthpieces for corporations.
They're commentators. You know, in most cases, they just spread their opinion all over the place to try to. I mean, it's all news is a propaganda machine, an opportunity to steer your thinking for the people who's paying the bill that night. So regardless of who that might be from night to night, that's who they're working for each night. So I mean, if there's something going on, because she got pissed off, she knew that she had to shut her shit up, shut that girl's mouth, because if she didn't, the corporation's gonna be like, wait a minute, you just let her fucking blab all that bullshit when you didn't guide the conversation. And you just let her run her damn mouth saying whatever she's gonna say, and you never try to shut her up.
Yeah. She can't talk like that. What the hell, And both of you can see the other guy was about to get on her too, and that's what buddy's finna say. Let me play some of this.
Only interrupted twice. Once when Nomiki was talking about how gas companies are gouging people, which they are. I will show you the proof of that in a second here. But also when she was talking about the power of corporate donations. And then, both times Harris Faulkner tries to redirect the conversation to something else. It's truly incredible just to see right in your face Fox News there defending fossil fuel companies price gouging you. So first, before I do anything else, credit here to Case Study QB
she really did. Like, she completely changed the subject. Like,
but this on oil versus regular unleaded gasoline. So this is the cost of. So this came from the White House, which, by the way, I did a video on this criticizing Biden for not doing enough. He could be threatening to nationalize this industry, which he is not doing. So you can watch that video for a bigger breakdown on this graph specifically. But just looking here, I mean, you can see as.
Wait, let me pause. Biden did, I don't know if y'all heard, but recently, I think it was today, he said they're gonna, what are they doing? They're releasing reserves. It's like, but it's only like 2% of the consumption, I think it is. 2% of our consumption. They're gonna, so it's supposed to relieve pressure to bring the price, help bring the price of gas down. That's what Biden said recently. Releasing some shit out of the millions of barrels out of the reserves to relieve pressure off the system.
I hope so.
We'll see what that'll do.
The cost of the price of oil went down. The cost of gas basically stayed the same. This is how these companies gouge consumers. So it's always on the come down. So they'll increase prices with the cost of oil. And then when it's tapering off, they keep prices relatively the same, slowly tapering off eventually, but relatively the same, so they can price gouge you as long as possible without you even realizing it. Meanwhile, they're blaming the market or blaming, something else. But the evidence is right here. So to have Fox News just straight up defending gas companies, it shows you where their interests are. And to be fair, it's not just Fox News. Cable news generally are going to defend corporate.
I'm glad he said that, because I was about to be like, bruh.
Corporations.
But at the same time,
the only time.
Fuck, I messed up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, at the same time, I mean, she did go way off topic. I mean, and maybe that was her moment to take her jab and make this comment on live on air with the you know millions of people watching, but because it's not like what she said was a lie, but it was about the approval rating. So it's just kind of like, damn, dumb bitch. Like, why can't you just stick to the damn subject? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's not what we fucking talking about here. You know what I'm saying? So
Like she completely jumped subjects. And that's what you do when you want to distract from,
but I mean, I still applaud her because I mean, I get why a girl was pissed off. Is like damn, like you totally like went
trying to take
away
over
from
my show and shit.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. This my show, bitch. That's what she wanted to say.
You where their interests are. And to be fair, it's not just Fox News. Cable news generally are going to defend corporations, but here it was just so blatant. Now, on the issue of the polling, so they brought the poll up there about there's a 63% disapproval of Biden's handling of the economy, which yeah, I'm sure there is, but they're assuming that that's because people think Biden isn't being conservative enough. When the reality is I would be in that 63% if I was polled, but it's because Biden is being far too conservative with his domestic policy. So, for example, he didn't fight Manchin or Sinema hard enough to pass Build Back Better, which would have given universal pre-K, free community college, child tax credits, lower the cost of medicine, and actual investment into renewable energy. But even apart from what he can do through Congress, and of course there's limitations there because of his numbers in the Senate, he's barely utilized executive orders. So he could be removing cannabis as a Schedule I drug, or he could be canceling student debt. Those are just two examples of the impact he could be having on the economy, how he could be helping people just through executive order, and he's not doing it. So whenever you look at these numbers and this disapproval or whatever of Biden or politicians largely,
they might be waiting for the second quarter, the second half of the administration, because like I was saying in the other video, Trump is coming, right? So we're talking about Biden's approval ratings and Kamala Harris approval ratings. They didn't basically hid Kamala. Her job was supposed to be to come out and look pretty and make things look more like liberal and shit. But they've been having to hide her ass because she can't do her job. You know what I'm saying? So we hardly even see her. And, because everybody hates her on both sides. And, Biden's not very popular. And so they didn't get none of the shit passed. So what I'm saying is, I'm thinking that maybe they're thinking, like he mentioned the executive orders, because Biden can do those without Congress approval and shit like that. Like he don't have to, Trump was throwing them hoes around like crazy. So I think maybe. I mean, this is giving the Democrats a lot though. And I don't like to give them a lot, but maybe they're just thinking, second half we're gonna wait, and then we're gonna do some executive orders going into the election to bring the popularity, bring our numbers up.
Yeah, nah, I don't think. I mean, because I don't know if that's a good strategy to wait, because I mean, people are hurting right now in all these different areas that this guy just mentioned. I mean, the school and stuff is, all that stuff. That's one thing. Like, that's not gonna really affect so much, but the fuel, like, that's one thing that you could definitely do right now. Like right now,
that would help people immediately, because the pump is hurting a lot of people's pockets right now.
People are fucking crying in the middle of the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, they debating. You remember, like, there was a Cat Williams bit, talking about, when you things are getting rough when you gotta decide on whether you're gonna get gas or a sandwich?
Am I gonna eat or am I gonna put gas in my car? Well, most people probably gonna choose to put gas in their car because they got to get to work tomorrow. The pinch is in, bruh. The pinch is in. We talked about it a bit in the other video, but I was thinking about this today, and they're pinching, because it's like that tweet that I showed or the meme that I showed talking about Applebee's, because they picked up a transcript from Applebee's that they sent out. A lot of people was mad and they retweeted all this shit, and it was like Applebee's was like, okay, they're gonna need money, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna want to work more shifts and stuff like that because they need money. So this is good for us. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to say is that, like, okay, the companies know, like the corporations know, what's happening. They're always looking at these kinds of numbers. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? So then they're like, okay, how are we going to take advantage of this? But then it's like it's because of the pressure. It's like a downward pressure in this system, this capitalistic system, where it's like push on the lower people to basically make more money. You know what I'm saying? Make your whole thing run smoother and everything better, but it's putting more stress on the people on the bottom, if that makes any sense.
No,
And
I mean,
that's the pinch. That's the pinch. That's the pinch that's happening. And also it's about control, because that's what I always say. Like before, I used to always think about it as about money and greed, but beyond that is control.
It's
You know what
more
I'm
about
saying?
it's more about the control than anything else.
Right.
Like overall, in the long run, it's about control, and of course, like they see more, like they already know in most cases before they do it what way it's gonna go. They know most people don't have any choice but to spend fucking $5, $4, $5, $6 a gallon, for this fuel. So they're gonna do it. They're gonna figure out other ways. Like, if you used to go, if you used to pull up at McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bell, whatever for lunch, that you're gonna change that, for lunch, and go on and put this, this $10 or $20, the whole $20 in your tank, so that you can make it to and from work for the next two or 3 days.
And you're gonna probably get some ramen noodles or something, and that's what you're gonna have for lunch, or soup,
or some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that
something like that
you made at the house or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they know that this is like that's that's the only thing to do. A lot of people don't have the options to catch the bus. I don't know if it's hit the rates have changed for mass transit yet, but I'm sure that stuff will come at some point. But
because their costs are up too. So, but look, the pinch is in. They've raised rent prices across the nation. I was reading an article about that before all of this.
Yeah.
And they raised our rent recently here. So everybody's rent has gone up. They're paying more in gas. So they're essential. They're essential bills. These are bills that you can't do nothing about. It's not like you can cut on that. You know what I mean? In that area,
Well, that's, I mean, honestly, like we can chop it up and say it's my opinion, but I mean, I'm sure a lot of people can see the reality in it. More of what's the proof for each individual. But yeah, like the term you're using, the pinch is in, like it's really this is purposely done, because like there's nothing that, all of these areas, there is nothing that is truly forcing them to push the rates up. Like there's nothing that actually costs more. I mean, even if you're talking about fuel, like that's the only thing I can see, like tangible, like raising the rate. Like, I mean, as far as the oil, like the crude oil, the movement of crude oil, They could have been they could have, made Russia, at least I don't like, let's say, I don't know how much they're using every month, of Russian oil. But they could have went to something else to bleed him out. Like if you're gonna freaking put sanctions on him, there's like shit you could have done to, not allow him to make more money. I don't think he's making more money. I think that it's just like what they're saying here. It's the corporations here that's making more money from it all.
Yeah.
You know.
And it don't have nothing to do with him, like at
I
all.
I mean, it would be almost insane for him to try to drive everything above the market, where would, anybody who's selling oil is gonna be competitive with any and everybody else because he wants his stuff to continue to sell.
And
Especially when it's at that amount, like how much like you got millions of barrels in the U.S., millions of barrels in, uh, you know, the
Europe.
UK, um, you know, all the different places that he's selling oil. Like, how would it benefit him unless he's just really, trying to be, the what you call it, the cartel, the fuel cartel. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't really add up, bro.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense at all. And I don't think they thought this thoroughly through either, because like, okay, Russia, they're saying that they're gonna switch and stop buying from Russia altogether. But it's like, okay, for this winter, they're gonna still have to get, regardless of what happens, they're gonna have to still get their fuel from Russia. And after the summer, the winter's coming. Europe, like, what if Russia decided to turn off the tap, bro? You
I
know what
mean,
I'm saying?
he very well could. I mean, which at the same time it wouldn't. You know, I think Putin has more sense than all of these people, and he, like he know politically, internationally
It
that
wouldn't be
would,
a good idea. It wouldn't be
yeah,
a good move.
no, it wouldn't be good because I mean, like that's, you know, he would be not just depriving the political side of the natural gas. It would be, depriving everyday people.
The regular people, because people would die as a result of this, because it gets pretty cold in some of those places over there, and they really need their heat to make it through the winter. Like
Yeah.
literally, people would die.
And regardless of the picture that they're painting of, what's happening with, like, I mean, those of us who, know better, we just know better that, like, he's the bigger now, because now I don't want to understate that because, we got to remember that our government, along with the, European nations, NATO, and all that, like, they have their agenda that they're pushing, and the conflict between those ideologies is manifesting like big time right now. So that's why there is the war, that war that was going on. Well, I guess it's still going on, but at slower a slower pace. But them having those arrests and all that, I don't know how many people saw that. Like, how many people really know that he's accomplished his main goal and he's kind of backing off. Like, who really knows that? Is our news saying that?
Nope. Nope.
Well,
And I did a search, and I maybe I should do another one right now while we're on the show and see if I can pop up something on it. That's crazy how that's why I feel like I can do something for people here on the show, man. This is real journalism. When I'm covering shit I don't even see nobody showing and on nowhere else.
yeah.
Or very few other places. And that's the same reason why they've killed my YouTube channels, by the way, y'all. My YouTubes are dead, bro. Like, my views have died. Like I said, I feel like they're coming for that channel, and that's why I haven't been going live there. But I've been posting videos. These videos are getting like 0 views, bruh. There's 250 subscribers on that channel. The backup page is barely getting views.
Have you been advertising on Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I turned off my ads on YouTube because, like I said, they're killing those 2 channels. So I was just throwing money to the wind. They're killing those channels. I don't know what they're doing, but people can't see it. I think they've ghosted my channel. They can't see it. But I'm getting. We can talk about it. But I'm getting traction on Facebook. Facebook is getting views. So apparently they haven't censored me on Facebook because Facebook gets views. YouTube is getting nothing.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that's on there because that's where I go.
Yeah, it's getting 0 views. Everything is getting 0 views on YouTube.
It's crazy, bro.
Let me play. But they just killed a whole. I know. I mean, we covered a bit about it, but they've just killed a bunch of major ass channels. They deleted all. Let's play this right here. They deleted all of Chris Hedges' shit. This dude is a Pulitzer Prize winner, bro. Insane.
American prison. There it is right here. And his work can be found in the New York Times and Truth Dig. Until recently, he hosted an Emmy-nominated show on Contact for RT America and RT International. Welcome back to the show, Chris Hedges. Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm good, Jimmy. Thanks.
Where does your writing appear now? It's in a new place, right?
Well, Sheer Post. We were all fired from Truth Dig.
That's right. Sheer Post. Okay.
And on Substack. I've moved to Substack now that RT is shut down.
Oh, you're on Substack. That's the establishment is not like that. People get to support.
No, they
you.
Don't.
People get
That's
to
where Glenn Greenwald ended up, and Matt Taibbi, and so with enough subscriptions, then I can continue to write for Bob because he doesn't have any money,
right?
And reconstitute my show. That's the idea.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. You wrote about it. What happened was he's been censored on YouTube. So here's the article you wrote. It's called "On Being Disappeared." The entire archive of 6 years of his show on Contact have been disappeared by YouTube. The entire archive of the Emmy-nominated show Chris hosted for 6 years on RT America and RT International got disappeared from YouTube. Gone is the interview with Nathaniel Philbrick on his book about George Washington. Gone is the discussion with Kai Bird on his biography of J. Robert Oppenheimer. Gone are the interviews with social critics like Cornel West, Tariq Ali, Noam Chomsky, Gerald Horn, Wendy Brown, Paul Street, Naomi Wolf, Slavik Zizek. Gone are the voices of those who are being persecuted and marginalized, including a human rights attorney, Stephen Donziger, who we've had on this show, and the political prisoner, Mahmoud Abu Jamal. None of the shows I did on mass incarceration, where I interviewed those released from our prisons, are any longer on YouTube. I received no inquiry or notice from YouTube. I vanished. In totalitarian systems, you exist. Then you don't. I suppose this was done in the name of censoring Russian propaganda, although I have a hard time seeing how a detailed discussion of Ulysses or biographies of Susan Sontag and J. Robert Oppenheimer had any connection in the eyes of the most obtuse censors in Silicon Valley with Vladimir Putin. Indeed, there is not one show that dealt with Russia. I was on RT because, as a critic of U.S. imperialism, militarism, the corporate control of the 2 ruling parties, and especially because I support the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement against Israel, I was blacklisted. Are we more informed and a better society because of this censorship? Is this a world we want to inhabit, where those who know everything about us and about whom we know nothing can instantly erase us? If this happens to me, it can happen to you, to any critic anywhere who challenges the dominant narrative. And that is where we are headed, as the ruling elites refuse to respond to the disenfranchisement and suffering of the working class, opting not for social and political change or the curbing of the rapacious power of obscene wealth of our oligarchic rulers, but instead imposing iron control over information, as if that will solve the mounting social unrest and vast political social divides. This censorship is one step removed from Joseph Stalin's airbrushing of non-persons, such as Leon Trotsky, out of the official photographs. It is a destruction of our collective memory, and it removes the efforts to examine our reality in ways the ruling class does not appreciate. The goal is to foster historical amnesia. If we don't know what happened in the past, we cannot make sense of the present. So let me.
What do y'all think? That was he was reading some stuff that Chris Hedges published after after they deleted all his work. Years and years of work just deleted, gone.
Yeah. You know, I guess the first thing that pops into my mind is that these are all of the things, like all the things that they're doing, are the things that they was accusing Trump of when he was, before he got in office. Like that's what kind of government we would live under with Trump. But
Yeah.
we didn't experience it, to. I mean, this is some crazy stuff. I mean, I think even the clueless, the people who still don't really understand, to somebody who can't truly articulate it, is seeing it and feeling it way more than, like they just, because, some people are still blind to the fact that, this is what this side of the fence does. They think that these are the people that they can count on to be fair to the people. But I think now a lot of people, I mean, especially based on the approval ratings that we're seeing, people are feeling the brunt of it, because I don't think it's just the fuel. Like, people are not stupid. They're seeing it in other ways than they've ever seen it before. But that's kind of, you know it's I guess somewhat gets to the point where it's a little bit too late to really fuss about certain things. Because I mean, I know myself, a lot of people like me and you and others, well, I, that was warning people of this very thing. I don't know how much of the train you were, pushing before the election. But I know that since you've seen, like, I've heard you personally, saying, yeah, like, this is not like you made kind of a big move since, the evidence has shown itself. But I kind of remember when, we talked before and you was like, oh, hell no, not this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Talking about Trump?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot more information has come out, and that's how it always happens. Like when he was president, you know.
You could only see what you saw. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I get. I mean, that's a lot of people, but I mean, there was a lot of signs that showed.
the media was lying like a motherfucker. Like Trump was the media's favorite fucking topic, bruh. Like forever. Like it was like Trump TV on every station.
Yeah, and that's
Trump tweeted this.
Yeah, but the horrible thing, I mean, the one thing that we do have to recognize is we could have found out later who because I mean, we can't really say that either side is just our friend. But it would have been, if Trump would stayed in office, it would have been another 4 years before we would have really seen what we're seeing now from these people. And it, without really being able to see where we could make our own changes, So
I don't know. I don't know if that's true though, because the powers that be, like it could be true what you're saying about it being put off a few years. But it seems like the powers that be, they just, find ways to get what they want done, and like whenever something bad happens, like a damn pandemic, it's a perfect opportunity to jump in there and make these changes we've been itching to do forever. You know what I'm saying? Jump in
well,
there and
yeah, I mean, I think that
so
a
like the
lot.
war in Ukraine is again another bad thing that happened that they're capitalizing on.
Yeah, true, but I see that's something that wouldn't have shown its ugly head. Like, we would not have seen this if Trump was in office, because for one, the alliance with America and the European nations through NATO had been extinguished under Trump. Like that agenda would not have pushed forward. Now with some of these things, because I mean, a lot of the spearhead of these movements is
NATO.
corporations. No,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, NATO is the enforcement part of it, but it's more so like it's the corporations who are pushing for this because I mean they're the money behind it all. Other than, I mean, of course, we get, they're maybe using part of our taxes for some of this, but I think most of it is being sponsored by
Private capital.
Yeah.
Let me play some more of this.
Bring in Chris. What was your reaction when you found out that this had happened to you? Was this expected?
Yeah, I always expected them to shut down RT, and I opposed the removing Trump from social media for this reason. I don't want to ever read another tweet that Trump writes, but they always pick the outliers, Joe Rogan or Alex Jones. These are people I don't agree with, but and then they set the precedent, and the left is very foolish to cheerlead this kind of censorship, which it has done repeatedly. I mean, we saw the Democratic leadership in Congress bring in the CEOs of these big digital media outlets, Facebook and everything else, and demand more censorship. This is insane. So I did. It just because you kind of understand where it's going, it doesn't mitigate the kind of emotional trauma that comes with just seeing this wholesale eradication of your work over 6 years, especially since it had zero to do with Russia. In fact, the very few times that Russia or Putin was mentioned, it was never in flattering terms, ever. But this is part of the kind of march. They refuse to address the real issues that have disenfranchised such a large segment of the United States. And of course, they're frightened of the QAnons and the gun-toting militias and the Christian fascists, as I am and as everyone else. But the response is not to shut down the critics, to silence the voices. That only makes it worse. And this is part of the kind of seizing up of the system, where they cannot examine their own particularly speaking of the Democratic Party, their own culpability in creating these conditions. The lies the Democrats told to the working class did far more grievous damage to them than any lie that Trump told. I mean, abolishing welfare, 70% of the original recipients on welfare were children. NAFTA, deregulating the FCC. We now have about a half dozen corporations that control 90% of what Americans watch and listen to, ripping down the firewalls between investment and commercial banks that precipitated the global financial meltdown, the whole omnibus crime bill, which Biden was instrumental in pushing through, which exploded our prison population, militarized our police, put people behind bars for life for nonviolent offenses. This was all the Democratic Party. And if they, they wander off into this Alice.
See, what he's saying right now is, because honestly, like when it comes to media at any level, like you got to really be careful, because when you start censoring people that you don't agree with, and then as you pretty much applaud it and like, yeah, you got rid of him, yeah, you shut him up, whatever. But that same type of thing starts happening to you. Now you want to cry about it, like
you basically opened the door for it to happen to your ass.
Exactly. So like, sometimes things you may not agree on, but I mean the very things that those people that he mentioned, the Rogans, the Trump and Jones and things like that, like these people are the same ones that was warning you of the shit that you're doing, and you applauded them shutting them up, or agree with it. And now that you're actually seeing a lot of this stuff in real life for yourself. Now, you want to whine and cry on fucking on TV. So it's like you did it. You did this to yourself because you know what I'm saying. Like if we have a freedom of speech, you can't applaud it. Like you can't say, you deserve it, but no one else. People
Yeah.
who you don't like or whatever that they don't deserve it. Like I mean, you can't pick and choose that. Like
I wish they understood that shit, but they jump on the paddy wagon so fast when the media tells you who to hate. Hate this guy, Okay.
hmm But some of these people, see, and that's the thing. Like some of us see this whole pattern before others, and some of us are ringing the alarm, and we get pronounced to be the crazy one. Like this dude is insane. Like what
It
is he?
makes me so mad when you like point out some obvious shit in the media and then the whole crowd just turns on you. Like what do you know? Like you smarter than all the whole media? Like, bro, no, I'm not saying that. I mean, it's really fucking common sense if y'all shut up, get out of here, you conspiracy theorist dumbass. What get out of here? Think you're smart.
Exactly, bro. I don't know how many names
You're
I was
so
called.
smart.
Say, bro, I got called names. Well, the biggest name call when you're just trying to show facts, giving people proof, and of course, the easiest thing for them to try to, which it got to a point where it just didn't bother me no more. Trump supporter,
Yeah.
like I've never supported Trump. Like, you know what I'm saying? I pointed out his idiocracy many times, but those times go unseen because they are comfortable with that. But then when you say things that might be fall to be in support of him, like just the truth in different areas, that fucking drove people nuts. And I'm like, y'all, it's
But
too.
that shows how triggered they was by all the media telling you that you're supposed to be hating Trump. You
Yeah.
know? So that shows how much control they have over people. Like it's like Mr. Smith jumps into them, you know what I'm saying? From the Matrix. It just takes over their body and then they just start, spouting out their mouth some damn talking points they heard on MSNBC or something.
Yeah, man. I almost lost one of my you know one of my friends. Like we had this, like we just couldn't discuss politics anymore because for one he would get so triggered. Like he is under that. I kind of felt like it's like, dude, like shoot, you've been watching that CNN so much, you might be under MK Ultra. You know what I'm saying? Like,
For real.
you know what I'm saying? Like they send a little signal through that the TV tube. You are like totally like you're not looking at this in any kind of balanced form. Like you're not, you know, truly, whatever information they give you, you have totally just sucked it up, and that's it. That no alternative voice can interrupt that thought process. And I'm like, that scared the hell out of me, bro. Like I,
And a lot of people still watch CNN because the way it's sold is like MSNBC is like left, right? And then you got like Fox on the right, and then it's supposed to be like CNN kind of center. So then, like, if you're a rational person, then rationally, you know, your best source would be to go listen to someone that's in the center, right? So I think that's the draw. But the thing is that people don't know how slanted, whatever. And then the programming within the show, like one of the things, they're probably going to talk about it if we make it to it in this video, how he was saying, like, I don't agree with Tucker Carlson all the time, but he's like doing the best on certain subjects, better than all of the other all the other pundits, all the other talking heads on whatever network you want to name on certain subjects, more closer to the truth.
Yeah, and I mean he'll raise a question that you know nobody else is speaking of. Like, but I mean, it's a common sense question in a lot of cases that, like, okay, maybe this is something you're thinking about. He I don't think a lot of times he's trying to say like he just has the answer, but if you really pay attention, like he's raising a question that it's up to you to really think about and figure out, and that you might be able to see if you just ask yourself that question. But um, a lot of people do get upset with him because I mean he truly is towing the line, and I think at the core of it, he wants you to be able to see the truth of all these different things. Like
And
I mean,
I think he is towing the line. He got like the biggest audience on cable news. I think he blows out Rachel Maddow. Somebody fact check me on that. But
she gets on my nerves.
but I think that's the reason why he's so popular is because he kind of toes the line. Joe Rogan is kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? They, and so they have a larger audience because they appealing to the people on the left and the right, both of them.
Yeah.
You got left people who watch Tucker Carlson, and you got right people who watch Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I mean anybody. Cause see, I'm gonna tell you, somebody who's really being fair to you is someone who's not really telling you what to think. Is somebody who's raising the opportunity for you to think, and like kind of giving you a head start of okay, you might want to think about this here, or what about this? Such and such and such and such and such is happening, and blah blah blah. Would this be, would it make more sense that blah blah blah? And shit, from there, that's like off to the races because I mean, but most people don't want to research. Most people are not going to research this shit themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you don't really get to the core of it because they want somebody to tell them that this is what you should think.
And then so then they get their confidence, so they feel like they know. It's like I know, it was a really smart guy that I look up to said these words that I'm
He
I'm
gets
taking
paid.
them.
He gets paid millions of dollars to do this, so he must know what he's doing. Uh, I wouldn't use that as a measuring stick, but
Right.
okay.
Right. Because that's actually makes it look bad. Because the biggest heads like MSNBC, like Rachel Maddow, the biggest ones, they getting the biggest checks. Of course, they're compromised. Like that's common fucking sense. Like, come on. How much? How much? How much are they gonna be really saying that's gonna be helping you out of their mouth? Like they're making money for advertisers, they're making money for corporations. The corporation, if they paying this dude $1 million a year, how much is he making for them? Just like we said the other day about the cost analysis or whatever, and Doc was talking about 4 times the amount you get paid. Your employer has to make at least 4 times the amount you're getting paid for it to make sense.
Yeah, and they're gonna make that for a year, 2 years before they decide that okay, we need to give these people a raise. Like you gotta dig into your savings, into your investments or whatever just to survive before they decide that you deserve a raise of you know
A quarter, a dollar.
for well, yeah, I'm thinking more on for people who get salaries because I mean, if you're making minimum wage, I mean you're screwed. Yeah, I mean you have no life. I'm just saying, like
And
you,
trying to
you
wait 20 years for a raise is some bullshit.
yeah, but I'm saying like as far as where you can actually get because some people might get somewhere between a 2 and 5% raise, which is still never putting you up to pace of the
With inflation and price increases and with
yeah, exactly. So I mean, all of us are screwed in that remark because you know even me. I mean, even though like I can make my price a lot of times with me pulling lows, I mean, shoot, a lot of them, the it becomes a battle between me and other drivers because some is just like, look, I just I got to get some kind of load. Like, me making, $1,000 is, better than me making, nothing, you know.
Yeah.
So that competition comes in there, but
yeah, I get it. Let me play a little more Chris Hedges.
In Wonderland universe where they somehow think that Trump was elected because of Russia, and they're as guilty of self-delusion as the Republican Party. And of course, now the effort is to silence voices like yours, like mine, which have already been pushed to the margins. Look, I'm on Substack. Glenn Greenwald's on Substack. Matt Taibbi's on Substack because we can't go anywhere else.
Well, we just got demonetized from Facebook yesterday. So,
oh, did you?
So they're done. They're done letting us use Facebook. Wow. And I knew that was coming. And the video that did it was we showed how Chuck Todd said that the Nazis in Ukraine were okay now, and because they weren't as bad as Putin. So he said he had to make a choice between a lesser of two evils, and he chose Nazis in Ukraine, and that got us demonetized forever from Facebook. So now, has anybody prominent said anything about this that you've heard, or is there even any discussion? Because what the lefty YouTubers mostly say, we've never said this, we've always been absolutists as far as free speech goes. But what they say is, well, it's a private company, Chris, and then if you break their terms of service, that they can do whatever they want. You don't have a right to have a private company carry your stuff. What do you say to that?
It's a monopoly, and they have crushed any kind of competition. Parler, anybody else, so that's why monopolies are dangerous. And they're completely opaque. They don't ever give a reason. We don't know. And then let's be clear that this has been precipitated by algorithms and shadow banning and everything else. And that's not conjecture. I mean, in my case, the last year I was at Truthdig, the IT people did a graph of referrals from impressions. And so I would write an article on imperialism, and you would Google imperialism, and it would come up with anything else that was recent. Well, they use the algorithms so that your article doesn't come up. In fact, you're funneled to the mainstream media organizations like the New York Times, who are really in collusion with this. And so referrals from impressions over a 12-month period declined from over 700,000 to below 200,000. I'm sure it's lower than that now. They've done that to Julian Assange. They've probably done that to you. Now, that's all hidden. Nobody's ever told about this.
Right.
So those censorship mechanisms were already in place, but now it's become completely overt. I mean, it is kind of like the old Soviet Union. You're just suddenly not there anymore.
Well, that very much. And so, again, I would have these discussions. I would have these debates or arguments with people on.
He said it's like the old Soviet Union. And I wish that people was more aware. I mean, this is serious. The slide that the U.S. is making is pretty damn scary. We could wake up in Nazi Germany tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that me talking the way I do is to try to wake people up, is because it doesn't happen abruptly. It slowly moves into that type of it actually could turn out to be worse, because who's going to chin check them? Russia? I mean, Russia, they're doing some chin checking, but
they're not going to do it over here. That was for his own interest too. We always got to say that. And then his borders are over there. So this is like, this Nazi shit is right off of the edge. It's like a itch, like I say, like a cancer, like a disease, like something you need to fix. It's like, hey, this is starting to get closer to become a real problem to like my physical body. You know what I'm saying? It's time to get this taken care of before this really, really, really gets out of control. Because it's right off the coast it's right off his border. So he's like, no, because this shit can infect my country too. That shit is a disease. It'll spread.
Well, I mean, it's already
He had to cut it out.
there's somewhat of an infection already there
Yeah.
that was intruding his country, but of course the Nazis in Ukraine was making a bigger noise because there was pretty much a open highway for them to do a lot of these things that they were doing. Like it was just like open season. So it's like, oh no, like that it really could have gotten bad for him there. But like, I mean, are we gonna be looking for somebody in South America to really help us out if things get
Who's
crazy?
coming? Who's coming? The way we be behaving. Who's coming really? Like we can't even really rely. We can bully people into helping, but remember when Bush had the coalition of the willing? That shit was so funny, bro. When Dave Chappelle was making fun of that shit, he was like, "What countries is it? Who said that?" He was like, "Okay, we got this country named Ginger Root." He started naming random ass countries that nobody ever heard of and shit, and that's what it was.
Well, I mean, the people that we can mostly depend on is the ones that we sometimes call extremists. I'm not talking about like KKK or the Proud Boys, but the militias. The different militias that's built here, and of course I think that black people should have more of their own to protect their very own interests. But I mean, just because I mean, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because how many of us really know what their biggest their agenda is? You know what I'm saying?
So what you're describing is a civil war, and that's what I think will happen. Like I say, and ain't nobody coming over here. Like when the people do come, they're gonna be coming with their own interests and like probably trying to chip pieces off of the United States. You know what I'm saying? And that's what could happen. Once a civil war happens, something like that. If something like that was to happen, and so then you'd have different interests trying to carve up pieces of the United States. That's I think what would happen, and it would be the perfect opportunity to do that. And so, but like you said though, like if the Nazis was to infect the United States and like be like a Germany or whatever, and so, but what would be Russia's interest to come help, or any other country to help us deal with that? You know what I mean? What would be their benefit?
I mean, that's a great question, and I mean, I would hope that as a humanitarian aid, like I mean, it seems like if there are more countries that realize what we're dealing with here, and how the potential for things to get like really crazy here is like I said, I don't know if they will come in the midst of it all, but I mean, there's not many people who really can see it the way I think that Russia and China can see it. But of course, like I said, I mean, they're gonna want something for their efforts, and are we willing to give up? Like my biggest thing too, like what I was thinking before you asked that question was that why did they try to have this effort about bringing down the Second Amendment 10 years ago? Because they need to weaken the amount of people who can protect themselves,
and that's what they've been doing. And we're disenfranchised in the vote. It's like, how many of us feel like our representatives really represent us?
Man, they trying to get somewhere where they can be able to like all right, because I think some of them. Are you ringing a bell?
No, it's my ashtray, and when I bump it with my vape, it makes that noise. But that's why I like this ashtray, is because of that noise. I really like this ashtray.
Okay.
Call me crazy. I'm crazy. It's a spiritual thing, y'all know that Yeah, man, I'll go there, but then we'll talk. You know what? I'm gonna leave a note.
Okay, no, that's fine. Look, whatever amuses you.
This is what we're gonna talk about next week because this is a big subject. I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it to y'all.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, some of these talking heads, they're out here promoting certain things that will allow them to amass their money, because I mean a lot of them are really kind of peons too on the what will they get a pass because of who they are and their service to the agenda, maybe. But at the same time, I mean, they got a family that they're trying to set up a position for themselves so that they don't have to deal with the shit that we might have to deal with.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna exit out of this. But I want to play a little bit more.
On the Young Turks on camera, and they never understood that you can't do this. That you understood that if you do it to Alex Jones, it's going to happen to everybody, and they never understood that there's a monopoly happening, and meaning that I think 70% of the country gets their news from Google or Facebook, right? What does that mean? That means now that two little companies or two giant companies the size of countries, with GDPs the size of countries, can now control the narrative completely in the country, and that's bad for democracy. And what you get is oligarchy out of that, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, well, and it's worse than that, really. It's not just that they select the news. If you have a major newspaper, LA Times, New York Times, and they don't select your story, it doesn't exist. So in a sense, they get to pick and choose, even from established media organizations, what gets promoted and what doesn't. So there's deep despair within the editorial meetings of the LA Times, the Washington Post, if that particular story just doesn't get picked up by these monopolies. First of all, they should be public utilities, number one. Number two, they should not be monopolies.
Yeah, they should be public utilities. I agree with that. What'd you say, Pat?
No, I said 100. Like he said it. I mean, that's what needs to be like. Most and like there are some people that's looking for certain news, but the news stories that's actually available for you, so whoever's given the most advertisement dollars, that's the story that you're gonna see.
Yeah.
And who has the ability to put more money behind one story over another? Most likely corporations. So they're feeding you still a narrative, an opinion.
It's like a narrative within a narrative. Like,
yeah.
Like they double whammy your ass.
Yeah, the truth doesn't need to exist in a lot of those stories because, I mean, as far as they're concerned, like the people who is feeding it to us, yeah, but
if it makes money,
it's the control. It's the control.
But it's the control, right? You're right, because that's what I was about to say too. Because that's really what it is. Like the money is because the money is just a tool, and that's what people that really rich people understand. Money is just a tool. Like it doesn't mean that you're a better person than somebody else or like none of that shit. Like all of this stuff that's in a lot of people's mind, but it's just a tool.
Well, the video I sent you about 3 weeks ago. I mean, if you can recall some of the things that you saw there, it doesn't matter what direction they send the money in, is because they're still going to see a profit no matter where they invest it because they own 80-something% of the freaking world. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the major companies, they're like highly invested. So if they take money from this place and they stick it over here, it still comes right back to them.
They winning on both ends. Let me play a little bit more.
Because and this is why antitrust laws were created. Once you build a monopoly, it becomes unassailable. And not only does it have total control, but it has the ability to crush any kind of independent challenge to that monopoly. And that's precisely where we are. But the problem is the Democratic Party, there's a quid pro quo. Silicon Valley serves the interests of the Democratic Party. So, for instance, in the final weeks of the election, they pumped hundreds of millions of dollars into Joe Biden's campaign. We don't know how much because it's dark money. They have to tell us. They locked the New York Post out of its own Twitter account, and then they discredited what was in the Hunter Biden laptop. The New York Times called it disinformation. We got story after story about how this came from the Russian playbook. It was all garbage. What was in the Biden laptop, and the New York Times actually admitted that a few days ago, was factually it was real. It wasn't disinformation. It wasn't created by Russian bots or whatever. It was from Hunter Biden. But they couldn't allow anything to damage Biden, and that kind of censorship is really scary. So the quid pro quo is they won't touch that monopoly. The Democrats are not going to break it up, not going to break up that power, and they are going to serve the interests of the Democratic Party.
And so people who consider themselves anti-fascists, people consider themselves anti-right-wing, anti-authoritarian, meaning liberals. The liberal class in America is cheering this kind of stuff on.
Yeah, very stupid. I mean, it also shows an inability to understand how social movements work. So if what you're doing is shutting down your critics and imposing censorship, rather than dealing with the structural and fundamental problems that gave rise to these deformed political movements, then you're only going to make the situation worse. Look, the Democrats now concede they're going to get shellacked in the midterms. If nothing changes, I mean, Biden's presidency has been an utter disaster. Not surprisingly, it's why he was selected, anointed. You will ensure the rise of a proto-fascist or a authoritarian movement. I think this is really the last moment. I think the Democrats have, I look at it as kind of 1932 in Weimar Germany when von Papen took power, the old aristocratic elite, in fear of the Nazis, and thought they were going to bring back the ancien regime. Well, that's what Biden and the Democratic Party, and let's be clear, the establishment wing of the Republican Party, Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, Crystal, they're all bonded. It's all one group now. And so that inability to understand the very real suffering and the egregious assaults that they orchestrated and are the architects of and carried out, and the attempt to essentially shut down critics like myself or you or anyone else that is attempting to explain this reality is going to be very self-defeating. And the difference between Trump, the first 4 years of Trump, and the arrival of a new Trump or a Trump wannabe, a Mike Pompeo, is that this time they're going to carry out acts of extreme vengeance. And all of the forms of censorship and lies and marginalization that the Democrats have carried out, you've essentially justified the same kind of activity on the part of the Republicans. I mean, I really found the whole response to I'm not defending it, the reaction of the Trump supporters after the election of Biden, curious to be kind, because if you go back to 2016, the Democrats were called the Trump selection illegitimate. He was a Russian agent. They were telling people in the Electoral College who were Trump delegates to vote for Hillary Clinton. They're doing the same thing. But this is really symptomatic of a deeply failed system. And I think that the erasure of over 300 shows, not one of which had anything to do with Russia, but gave voice to exactly these kinds of critics, is...
Look, one of the main things that people should clearly be able to see is that the fact that we're arguing over who's better between Trump and Biden shows how sick we are.
Exactly. Stir fry shit or bake shit.
I throw some onions in this shit. Nah. You know, onions make everything better. You know, nah.
Ugh.
But that's but no. But on the
You gave
real,
me a
bro.
visual with that shit. I'm like, damn.
You want a shit po' boy?
But what sucks about that really bad, bro, is like if they feed you trash your whole life, like you just all you want is trash, bro. Like, and you think it's a
Well,
delicacy.
yeah, it's always an acceptance of like, okay, well, you know, at least it's not this. Like, but no, like I mean, because a lot of people, like I meet so many people who don't see that they don't think that they deserve better than what they have. Like you know, they've accepted certain things
Yeah.
for so long that just having the idea that they deserve, for some people, anything. But like a lot of this is like so much bullshit. Like I'm getting you know, I'm not 50 yet or whatever. Like, I'm getting older, but at the same time, I still like the dream, bro. Like, you know, like I have an imagination that, you know, I can have a lifestyle regardless of what everybody else sees and does and whatever. Like, I still can have what I want. And I think
And
the less that type of mindset is out there, the more we, you know, because, you know, you can call it spooky, whatever, but like the thoughts that you have is what manifests your life. So if you think that you're only as good as you know, a Trump power or Biden power or, you know, anything that's relative to that, you know, like I don't know, bro. I wish I had more people who could think.
I 100% agree with you, and I completely feel you. So, and I also sympathize with the frustration, because it's super frustrating, that people, don't see this. It's so painful, painfully obvious, but when you bring it up, you're an alien.
Yeah, like what the
Yeah.
like, you know, like I'm stupid, you know, like, and you know what? If that's what I am, I'd rather be that than whatever the hell it is that you're presenting, because you're giving like off no kind of hope. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of having kids if you don't have hope for the future? You're gonna just set them up to have to deal with the shit show that you know, allowed.
And I think you hit the nail on the head with that attitude of like, I don't feel like I'm good enough or something. I don't know what it is actually. I mean, like I don't deserve it. You know, just keep my head down and just take whatever shit they deal me out. And then they try
Yeah,
to sell you on that shit too. They'll be
like, what
like,
can you do?
that's what you should do it too.
Yeah, the biggest question is like, what can you do? Like, what you know, what can, you know what I'm saying? Is like you could do a lot. Like, I mean, get with people who have a strategy on how to deal with some of these things, because one, like, if number one thing is that you need to be moving the ball down the field some kind of way, somehow. You know what I'm saying? Don't allow the other team to keep pushing. Just you have a narrative, have an idea of what life you want to have too. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have a narrative, they have an agenda that they're pushing for. You need one too, regardless of how, like, you know, how small it might be to theirs, but you should still have one.
Yep, I agree with you. And we're right at 2 hours, so I think it's time to get into the meat before I put y'all to sleep. So now we can start arguing. We've been agreeing for 2 hours, so now it's time to argue.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord,
That go
oh
to
Lord.
video. Hey, bro. I listened to that video riding down the highway, middle of the night. Like
Yeah.
I had to cut that sucker off, bro. I was like, oh shit, ooh, like you too monotone for me, bro. I need some enthusiasm in your voice.
Say,
Yeah, I hope.
bro, I did the same, bro. I did the exact same thing. Even though I mean, the evidence he had, like you know, everything he's presenting is, I mean, I think it's great information. I actually loved it, but you know, if I'm starting to fall asleep, I feel like, like I'm a fucking driver. I cannot afford to, you know, sleep drive.
Right.
Ain't no sleepwalking. I can't be, you know what I'm saying? So
I feel you.
yeah,
I feel you.
he,
His
yeah, he
but he's a PhD, so this was like a class. So he was like doing a lecture. So it's
nah,
dry.
he's got to get some more excitement in his life. Like he should have had him since we talking about Mexico and America, he should have had a few shots of tequila and you know, done something.
Yeah, man. Talking about
Well,
tequila, that's right.
we're gonna play it in little bits and just talk about it as it goes. So to hopefully not put y'all to sleep.
I'm lit,
Very
man.
concrete. If not in our imagination, certainly on the ground with construction of portions of the border wall, with the creation of the Border Patrol in 1924, with the new advanced technologies that are used to.
Wait, you know what? I'm gonna just play the end part first, because that's
Yeah,
where he
doesn't it have a
gives.
summary? Yeah.
Yeah, he has a summary up in here somewhere. Let me see. I don't know where it's at.
Was that my wife never said anything of the crossing. Upon my
Okay.
arrival, they told me
Yeah,
the
this
last
is
person.
what I was thinking about, because these are personal.
The other time, we were reported by an American farmer.
This is
That day, the farmer
personal.
was working.
What do you call it? It's testimonies.
Person from my family lived there.
Yeah. So this is good.
Militia is pictured on patrol at the U.S.-Mexican border near Mount Cristo Rey in Sunland Park, New Mexico, March 20th, 2019. Property owner Jeff Allen, rear left, stands with a member of the United Constitutional Patriots near a group of about 30 Brazilian migrants who had just crossed the border at Allen's property in Sunland Park, New Mexico. And here is one last original source testimony, 3 pages long. Aurelio, born in Jalisco. And here is Aurelio talking. Going to the north was difficult. It had to be far away from my family, my town, for a long time, maybe 4 to 5 months. And I'd never done that since I got married. However, I knew that the most difficult part was going across the border, since I didn't know how that was. In 1979, I left to the north with 3 friends from the factory. I left with them since they had gone to the US at least once. We arrived to Mexicali. One person from my family lived there. He hired the smuggler for us and we stayed with him. Meanwhile, the first time we tried, we were like 15 persons. I only knew 4 of them. All the rest were from other states such as Michoacan, Zacatecas, and mainly Guanajuato. When we crossed it, it was about 10 p.m. to avoid the border patrol. I remember that we crossed a river very wide, about 20 meters wide. We used tires to float. We crossed and walked one by one from Mexicali to Calexico. We walked about 6 hours. It took us that long because we went around to avoid the border patrol. However, about 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., we were in jail in Calexico. They took all our data, place of origin, our names. We waited about 2 or 3 hours until the bus was full and took us back to Mexico.
Took all of their data.
If you get caught once, you have to keep trying. We crossed at night, so it was more difficult for the border patrol to see us. The original plan was to reach Calexico in early morning, and from there drive to Los Angeles. I had in-laws waiting for me. I had their addresses and phone. Even the smuggler had talked to them so they could pay for me. The other time, we were reported by an American farmer. That day, the farmer was working on his land while we were hiding, waiting for the smuggler who would take us to Los Angeles. The farmer turned on his tractor. We heard the motor and believed it was the smuggler. We got out and the farmer saw us. He called the border patrol. When we saw him, we ran. They fired at the air and we stopped. They took us all back to Mexico. I was stubborn though. I was stubborn, trying again and again. I wanted to get there to get back all the money I had spent trying. After trying 11 times, my friend got frustrated and went back to Atavalo. Each time we were deported. We went back with my family to Mexicali. Without him, we would have not have lasted long. We never paid for hotel, food, and many other things while living with him. Other time, we were walking on the American side when we heard an airplane. We ran, but they saw us. Through the speaker, they told us not to hide because they had seen us already. They told us not to run. When they reached us, I got up all numb. The officer helped me to get up. I was lame, but they helped. After I tried 15 times, I only had money to return to Guadalajara. So I said, I'll try again in a year or two. I felt like a failure when going back without reaching the US and never crossing the border. I felt ashamed. I got back home at 5 a.m., avoiding people because I knew they would consider me a fool. The good thing was that my wife never said anything of the crossing. Upon my arrival, they told me the last person who had stayed had crossed the next day. He actually goes back again. They said that when that return were, this is in Guadalajara. They said that we that returned were bad luck. Once in my town, I worked again as a construction worker or farmer. Since 1979, I hope to go back and try it again. The only way was not to feel like a failure was crossing successful and work in the United States. Thus, in 1981, I went back to the border with two friends at the end of the season. A Friday in June, we went to Chula Vista. We spent 3 days hiding in a lonely home. We barely ate at that time. On the third day, Sunday night at 8:30 p.m., we got out. But we waited for a long time because there was no one who would take us to Los Angeles. Besides, we had to wait for San Clemente's revision to clear. We were 4 now in the car. To fit in the car, we had to go in front and 2 in the trunk. Since I was the tallest, I went on the back seat behind the smuggler. Alberta Calderon was also on the back behind the driver. This was to simulate that there were only 2 passengers in the car. Once the driver was confident, he said, You can move now and relax. The lighting you see over there is Los Angeles. We're on the clear. Suddenly, the car ahead of us stopped. We stopped as well. We didn't notice that the police was nearby and had seen us. We walked about 4 kilometers, and the Border Patrol was behind us. Suddenly, they turned on the light to stop us. The police arrested the driver and requested to have the car towed. Before that, they took out the 2 guys who were traveling in the trunk. They took us all to Centro, and around 7 a.m., they took us back to Mexicali. What could I do but try it again? We returned to Tecate, got the same smuggler. It was our second try, but now it was going to be Tijuana, one of the most known places to cross.
Okay, so I'm trying to see the end of the story. Now I don't even know when to step on the sand. All my fears and frustrations made my love more my country. They all made me think that I've always had a job and that I'm not the only one who doesn't have enough money to eat or dress. So what am I doing over there? Perhaps another time I would have succeeded and would have forgotten all of the failures. Probably I would have reached the other side. I would have been a resident now and I would be able to provide an education to my children. I worry about that. This is Aurelio, born in Jalisco. So basically, I want to go throw back some of your words back on you, Pat. Earlier, you said you don't understand why people let the news media steer their thinking to please the corporations. And my question to you, Pat, is how come you can't see or entertain the idea that maybe the media is lying about mass people coming over the border? This was a testimony of one guy. Okay, it's only one guy. But look at the trials and tribulations, and I don't think he ever made it across. reading the rest of this. So if they're going through this much trouble to get across, how can that be a flood?
Well, because I mean, there's some people who they're not having as much trouble as this guy had, and we gotta. I think one of the key points is to look at is like different segments of our history. Um, you know, there's been, you know, it's been harder to get across, and there's other times when it's easier. And like right now, like I said, at least all of last year, it was no real anything like nothing in place to really keep them from not coming. So if the need
Okay.
if the want
Uh,
for people to come, you know, to get here is as high as what we're reading in that book, um, you know, there's plenty of people who wants to come, and then when they find that there's a window where, hey, this is my shot. Yeah, a lot of everybody that feels that they can make it through are gonna come through. You know, and it's not that I don't want to entertain the thought. It's just that there's more. You know, okay, I I admit that, you know, maybe some of it is not as, you know, as drastic as they say. But I would have to say that by them saying that there's millions of people coming, can I at least assume that there's a few 100,000? Chaka?
My mic. My mic. Oh, I think I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. My mic had went out for a while. And I was waiting for it to come back. Thousands? You said thousands? Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
if they're saying that there's millions of people that's already made it here, according like last year, and if they're estimating the numbers, can I at least assume that there's a couple of 100,000?
I don't know if a million people landed here last year.
I'm asking you based on what I've seen in the news, what I you know, different sources that supposedly is keeping, you know, these are, you know, state sources that are saying, you know, different cities and towns that are saying that they're, you know, they can't stop the people because they're not getting the support from the federal government, and that they had to get some order from the governor that they will provide the resources that they needed to be able to send people back. That, and they're saying like they've already have a million, like they don't put up a chart and all this kind of stuff. So I'm just saying, like if they're saying that, you know, a million or millions, can I at least assume that hundreds of thousands have already come?
I don't think it's fair to assume that.
Why? You don't think it's a fair to assume that anybody's crossing?
No, I
So
never said
so
that. I'm saying there's
so I'm
no
trying,
flood. That's
but
my argument. There's no
but
evidence for a flood.
but you said like last night, like I asked you the question, what do you consider a flood? And you was like, you know, 10,000. I was like, okay. So I mean, if they're exaggerating, because I mean, you know, I don't think one or two people, 10 people, 100 people would be like a horrible thing like over a year time. Like that's almost like .001% of the traffic that, you know, they're claiming. But if you are looking at the fact that if they're using I'm just looking at percentages. If they're saying that there's millions, or let's just use the number, a million people that have come in undocumented, and they're exaggerating, can I at least assume that maybe there's a few 100,000 that has actually made it into? I'm just trying to be fair when I'm at, you know, that question, that because I mean a flood, you using terms that I never used.
That's what the media was saying. I'm
Okay.
using the media's words.
Yeah, I know, but you're arguing with me with other people's words.
Because they're not my words, because I don't believe it's
No,
true. Like,
no. You said that's the media's words, but I said, but you have an argument with me based on other people's words, not mine.
yeah, I'm just using the media's talking points because that's where we are on the subject. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's all created anyways. That's what I mean by being political. I'm gonna play a bit and then we can talk. You can stop me when you want.
Men, which were also made of very bad thugs and gang members into the U.S. Our border is sacred. Must come in legally. Turn around. Many gang members and some very bad people are mixing the caravan heading to our southern border. Please go back. I already read that one, sorry. Many of the people in Dhaka, no longer very young, are far from angels. Some are very tough. Ooh, very tough. Hardened criminals. President Obama said he had no legal right to sign order, but would anyway. If Supreme Court remedies with overturned, a deal will be made with dams for them to stay. Here's a portion of the southern border. You can see how this portion of the wall looks. Here is El Paso and Ciudad Juarez.
He's gonna go on to talk about the wall a
This is
bit
what Trump
right here.
said. My administration has done more than any administration in history to secure our southern border. I actually think that maybe Clinton built more wall, but I'm not sure about that. Here is President Trump overlooking or inspecting his portion of the wall. Here is an image supplied by the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, Congressional Research Service. Shows what most of Trump's wall looks like. The height varies between 18 and 30 feet. Metal plates, still bollard. So it's not an actual huge concrete wall, but most of it looks like this. Easily scalable with rope, with ladders, or you can just, people know how to climb these things, right? I mean, that doesn't take that much skill to straddle this with arms and legs and climb like a tree. The Biden administration suspended its construction on January 20th, 2021. The president's first day in office, announcing a 60-day period during which officials are determining how to proceed. What a waste of money and lots of harm done to the environment. This is a report by the nonpartisan Congressional Research Service.
He said harm to the environment.
It poses a formidable barrier, but it is not the high, thick masonry structure that most dictionaries term a wall. So when President Trump talks about his wall, I think most of us imagine this great wall, like the Great Wall of China, right? But it's not. It's this thing. Where Trump got his funding, of course, we know that Trump said in 2015 when he's running for president that he will make Mexico pay for the wall. Mexico will pay for this wall. What did Mexico say? We all know what President Fox said and what Mexico said. So instead of having Mexico pay for the wall, which later on Trump actually said, "Oh, I didn't really mean that. I meant they will pay for it through other means, through trade deals." Going back on what he said, which was the fundamental, his fundamental campaign promise was to build a wall. He never delivered to his followers. So $5 billion was brought in through U.S. Customs and Borders Protection, $6.3 billion through counter drugs funding, and nearly $4 billion through military construction funding. Mexico paid for none of it.
Where's Doc?
Here's Vicente Fox.
I don't know.
Former Mexican president who tweeted, "Sean Spicer, I have said to this real Donald Trump And now I'll tell you, Mexico is not going to pay for that fucking wall. Hashtag fucking wall. Another tweet. Trump may ask whoever he wants, but still neither myself nor Mexico is going to pay for his racist monuments. Another promise he can't keep. Here's another tweet by Vincent Fox. Trump, nobody expects you and U.S. taxpayers will pay for the useless fucking wall. And here's this useless fucking wall.
What
The unfinished
separates
border
Canada
wall at
and
Coronado National
United
Memorial.
States?
Huh?
What separates Canada and the United States?
There's nothing. It's like trees.
There's no.
There's a tree border. You can see it from the sky. They just leave like this. There's like a space in between Canada and the United States where it's kind of like a forest there. It's a forest that goes all the way down the whole. You can see it. I think you can see it from space. But there's no nothing. That's it.
So Canada must not really be that desirable then, because I mean, my thing is like, you know, they're real tough on their you know, their immigration policies as well. Never tried to go into Canada at any point. I've thought about it because I could get some big loads that could take me through there, but either way, you know, I think some of the argument is like some of this information is irrelevant and proves nothing. So I mean, we can go back and forth all day, and like I said, you know, when I stopped today, I thought about it while I was driving, but you know, I had different business and stuff I was taking care of, so I did not get to make that do the research. You know, honestly, I was like, you know what, Chaka, I saw the title earlier today, what it was gonna be. Oh, he must have pulled up the information. He must have some supporting evidence of his
This
claim.
video is awesome. The one that y'all keep talking about, y'all didn't watch, and it put y'all to sleep. It's packed with information, but I can't play this whole thing. It's an hour and 14 minutes.
I understand, and I went through a lot of it, bro. Like, but what I'm trying to tell you is, like, this is not evidence.
Y'all just told me he had monotone. Y'all didn't listen to him. Yes, I played. That's what I played. I was looking for his.
How do we know what kind of tone he has if we weren't listening?
That's what I'm telling you, bro. I mean, y'all clearly didn't watch the video. That's what y'all saying. Y'all didn't hear him.
No,
it's packed with information.
Your assumption. Okay, so what? All right, let's see where they have some kind of evidence that there's nobody coming into the United States. Please.
That's not what we're talking about. That is not the argument.
Because your argument
that's not fair, like you said before. That's not fair.
No, because
that's
your
not
argument,
fair.
Your argument changes every time they speak.
I'm not saying there's nobody coming in.
My argument has been the same.
I'm saying
like,
the southern border is a political tool. This is what I've been saying the whole time. The southern border is a political tool to oppress and take advantage of Native Americans, brown folks, you know, Mexicans, whatever, Aboriginals, however you want to call it. And there's no flood. There's no flood of them coming over. That's what I've been saying the whole time. The media's lying about the flood, and it's the southern border is not even it's like how important it is to what's going on in the United States is very, 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 very low.
Yeah, but I mean,
and they are blowing that shit out of proportion, making it into a thing when it's not. They've created the conditions for these things to be happening the way they are from the jump.
You
This
have
is
no
all a
argument.
result of their
But see, but that's that part of it. Like
decisions.
everything, like that's never been an argument for me. Like I agree with you from the beginning about most of it, but for you to say that it's only a political ploy, like there's really no Mexicans coming over here. It's like, well, okay, well, what are these people that I've been meeting? Like the people that I've had personal encounters with. What are they? So I mean, you're trying to negate that something that is actually happening just to be able to push the idea that this is just a political thing that they're doing on the news to make you think it's something bigger than what it is. They always do. So that's why I asked the question. If they're saying it's millions, can I assume that it's at least this amount? Or what about this amount? Like what I mean, let's not be foolish and say that it's not happening at all. It's
I
only
never
some shit.
said that.
Well, that's
I
how you.
said there's no flood. I said they're totally blowing it out. It's a
Okay,
trickle.
but when I asked you what is a flood, what number can we put on to say that it's a flood? Last night you said 10,000. I was like, okay, well, how long do you think it takes for 10,000 people to get into the country when the borders are wide open?
How can you say the borders are wide open? I just played a test. You said it was not relevant. The personal
But
testimony that guy made was relevant.
Yeah,
Look how
but
much he went through to get over. I don't think he ever made it.
Bro, you talking about
You're
some
saying
shit
the
that
border.
happened?
You're
No,
saying the
dude, you
border
talking
is wide
about when we
open.
were. You said, yeah, but this guy's talking about when we were 5 years old.
No, those were recent fucking testimonies, bro. These were people in his class. These were students, his students in the class telling these stories.
Bro, so you mean to tell me that the dates that I'm hearing him read from 1979 and even up to Obama or even Trump, like what are you taking for any account for last year or this year? Like, I mean, we're talking about even current. Like, people have been coming over here for years. The amounts, I don't know, but however, I'm just trying to use some reasoning here. If there's a big cry of we need help at the border. They cut off the border patrol, um, financing for some of the people that work on the border patrol. Okay, it could very much.
I can't hear you. We lost you. We lost you. I'm gonna play a bit of this.
Automatically transformed into criminals. A retrograde nation about these people by Anglo-America. As a thing that needed to be guarded from undesirable people, those who were the guardians became heroes, and the thing guarded that once did not exist, then imagined, increasingly became solidified, the border. Over time, from the 19th century until now, the border transformed into a criminal-making device.
Hold on, let me take it back.
These are terms. 48, the border established by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, is approximately what the border is today in 2020.
Okay, check this part out. This is good information he's going to go into right here.
Of course, we all know this famous sign, right? At the border, just north of the border. Immigrants crossing the freeway. Cautionary sign that families are running across the border. In our modern day, nation states like the United States, France, and Mexico have created clearly defined lines of separation between their sovereign territories and their neighbors. Oftentimes, these modern borders correspond to natural topography, like rivers and mountains. In our present time, the Rio Grande River serves as a large portion of the border between the U.S.
Damn, let me read this because he's fucking killing me. I ain't gonna lie. I get what y'all saying. Like, I think I might have listened to this in a faster speed when I'll be changing my speed. But let me read this.
Sorry, bro.
You all right? Let me read this.
Yeah,
It
it's the
says
trailer.
the trailer is good. What happened? You lost the trailer? Let me read this.
Nah, backed up too hard to it. It's automatic trucks, man. Sometimes you can't control them.
I
When
know
you're
the truck on.
reversing underneath the trailer, that's heavy as hell.
Hey, bro, I know exactly. I hate these automatic trucks because I'm using a loaner while my truck is in the shop, and this automatic, bro, is. But all right, go ahead, Chaka, because I
Let me
mean,
read this. Let me read this and then give me your rebuttal. It says in 1848, the border was an imagined line that both nations agreed to respect and followed the Rio Grande and across the desert in a straight line. Then followed the Gila River. Armed Americans and state-sponsored militia groups like the Texas Rangers patrolled the new border region against various groups like illegal Chinese immigrants, Native Americans, and ever-present Mexican greaser as a thing that needed to be guarded from undesirable people. Those who were the guardians became heroes, and the thing guarded that once did not exist, then imagined, increasingly becomes solidified. Over time, from the 19th century until now, the border transformed into criminal-making device. In 1924, the U.S. Border Patrol was created, further reifying the border as something concrete, diving the landscape into anthropomorphic entities that possess national characteristics. To the north, progress, freedom, wealth, law-abiding citizens, and to the south, a retrograde nation, corruption, poverty, and criminals. As the border became more defined, as guardians increased, as the U.S. employed technology to patrol those who crossed without permission, automatically transformed into criminals, into illegal aliens. The border took peoples who have lived in the region for tens of thousands of years and changed them into criminally minded aliens. What do you think?
it's nothing to argue about. I mean, it is what I mean. It is what it is. I mean, like I said, I mean, my thing is that I've agreed with you on pretty much every aspect, except that there are people coming into this country, and the biggest thing that became was the rate. What's the rate in which these people are coming? So I'm assuming that you agree to some extent that there are, illegal, uh, immigrants that are here, regardless of where they're from, whether it's Mexico, South America, Africa, wherever. Some of them, like, because this is the way for them to be able to get in. But one of the things that I don't think that you realize is that since the Biden administration, there has been pretty much, and yes, I'm sure that the Republicans are using a lot of this as a political ploy, but if they're exaggerating their numbers, we have to say that there's at least a certain percentage. Even if we don't say it's 50%, what if it's 20%? I mean, that's still above the amount of numbers that you're saying is a flood. That's all. Like, and that's the part I don't get. Like, unless you're just arguing for argument's sake, all right, look, that's fine. But
No, I don't think I'm trying to get you to understand that the whole reason why this is even in the news or political too is it comes from a place of hate.
I don't
Period.
care. I don't care. Like this
And
is
these
not a
are
new.
the same
That's not
people
a.
as
This is
us.
not a. This is not. I get it, but my whole thing is, see, I, how many times have I said that? Like, how many times do I have to make people aware that the Mexicans are Americans too? That these are indigenous people. These are us. These are like, who's been saying that more than anybody? But when you bring up an argument that, like, I don't have to be on one side or the other. When you present an argument and I tell you you're wrong, like, just because I agree that yes, these are our people, but no, they are coming in here. Like that's my only thing. It's like I don't have a political position on any of that. I know
Yeah.
that they allow. I know that they allow different ones to come in and others not to, based on their skin color. Because the only time we heard about it, like, you know, when they really made a big deal about the 10,000 refugees or these people trying to immigrate here, these asylum seekers from Haiti and Honduras or wherever they came from, that there was a problem. But the rest of it, like that, got news coverage. We actually got to get pictures of some of the stuff that was actually happening down there. But then it gets quiet after they send them back, and we don't hear anything else. So nobody's trying to get in no more. They just nothing. Come on, bro. Like I'm like I'm tired. Like it really, like, I feel like we're going doing this whole round and round parade of arguments on whether there's illegal immigrants or not. It's like, come on, man. Like I don't.
I, like I said, I don't think you're gonna move on the subject.
I don't,
The point of it is
I'm
to
not.
get us all more,
I'm
hopefully,
not.
aware of it. Because look, the name of the show, I called it Asylum Sequels and Illegals. So are they asylum seekers or are they illegals?
Maybe both. There's no either or in a lot of these situations. They probably both.
Like the part I read earlier, the guy said it's a criminal. It's a device that creates criminals.
Yeah, because yes, it is a device that creates criminals. And the reason why is because there are laws that you must abide by for the immigration process. And as soon as you break it, now you're a criminal. Right or wrong, that's the process. Yeah, they go quite far when they start saying that these people are rapists and drug dealers and this, that, and the other. Which, I mean, in most cases, if they were, they probably is a lot more powerful than the one, like the people that we're seeing that's like begging for help to get in. They're not drug dealers and they're not rapists. I mean, most likely not rapists. But if they were drug dealers, they would have the money to be able to give somebody that will get them into the country with some kind of safety. But I mean, that's just, I don't know. I look, you know what? I'm stupid. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna shut the hell up because obviously, like, the obvious is not obvious to most people.
Let me read this right here. It says Mexican immigration at the border, California Greaser Act, 1855. Only 5 years after California was admitted into the Union, the state legislation passed the Greaser Act in 1855. The act sought to restrict, control, and imprison Mexican males. The act defined vagrants as all persons who were commonly known as greaser or having the issue of Spanish or Indian blood. The act intended to strip Mexican men of owning land, owning guns, and sought to strip them of dignity and honor in the new American state.
Yeah, I mean, they always been afraid of us, bro. I mean, yeah, I mean, I believe every bit of it. Women and children are always gonna be given more, you know, allowances than the men are. They expect that, okay, you want to come here, like, look, they, one of these women will get some sympathy from somewhere. One of the men on this side of the border will take her in and, you know, help her out. But you know, for men, like you trying to get my job, or you trying, like, you know, like you're trying to receive some of my. I don't, it's crazy, bro. Like a lot of it does not make sense. And when you expect things to make sense, that's insane as hell. Then you're probably more crazy than the people who wrote these laws.
Let me read this. It says, as America pushed westward under a manifest destiny in the 19th century, the great landmass was not yet under the domain of the U.S., was often painted in bad terms, as in the American Progress, painted that depicts the left portion of the frontier that is under the sovereignty of Spain and Mexico as dark, foreboding, heathen, and retrograde. The people who lived in those areas were seen in the same light as or darkness. In this image, the man is referred to as the breed. In newspaper accounts and travel journals, the people who lived in the frontier and border regions were often described as a mongrel half-breed between vicious Mexicans or greasers and lawless Indians. These men embodied the ruthlessness of the borderlands to white Americans. The men were evil and was the land until conquered by Anglo-Saxon America and transformed. Under that, he put a tweet from Donald Trump that said, many gang members and some very bad people are mixed into the caravan headed to our southern border. Please go back. You will not be admitted into the United States unless you go through the legal process. This is an invasion of our country and our military is waiting for you. So basically, he was trying to point out how in the past they were saying this same thing politically.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, when you're trying to fight against a certain type of system, yeah, there's always going to be some kind of, like, in order to get the attention of the citizens who can ultimately say yay and nay, these people should be here. They try to present an idea that these people are worse than what they really are. And bro, like, I mean, it's not like, you know, like, it's these, if they, some criminals are coming in from Mexico, whether wherever they're coming from, but if they're coming through Mexico or whatever, like, they worse than the criminals that's already here? I mean, I don't like. I don't know how many times like I said, because I mean the only problem that I have with the immigration process, whether they're legal or illegal, is don't come over here trying to tread on me. Don't come over here acting like I'm your problem when I'm up here trying to fight the same people that's trying to you know, obstruct you and your growth. Don't come over here fucking with me when, shoot, for the most part, I'm one of the people that has fought for you to have a space when you do get here.
Yeah, so but then my problem with that, you making that argument, is saying that all these people that's coming over here are trying to tread on you.
Man,
And that's
I'm
the same
tired,
thing
bro.
the same thing that the media says. That sounds like a media talking point.
Okay, and I told you, it's, for me, I'm not, you know, yes, I'm in media here with you, but at the same time, like, I've been living in this country, this on this continent, all of my life. I've had it personal experiences when I work with some of these people, when just like just regular, just, you know, interactions where I've had both sides of that story. I'm speaking from my own personal account. So regardless of what you're thinking, and you know, trying to make assumptions about, you know, me and my boys, of these, you know, is not just opinion. This is actual facts. These are things that I've actually dealt with personally. we can debate the numbers all day long of where a lot of this stuff may end up, because that's also my assertion, is that a lot of this stuff can't really be proven, the actual numbers, because if you're sneaking in and you make it past the border patrol, that's something that's what we consider undocumented. There's law, like I pointed out also, there's laws that they've made for those who did make it here but didn't have kids that's born here. So they were illegal, but now because their kids are born here, they're actually citizens. There's laws for that. So like the argument is a round and round one, because we really just haven't agreed upon how much is this actually happening.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Like, bro, I'm far from racist, bro. Or like, and honestly, like I've told, like based on meets like the history that I try to reveal here, is that the Mexicans are more us than the people that are creating these laws against them. Like, we've always shared whatever resources that we had here on this land historically.
I would agree. And the ones that's all trying to create these borders and push people out and persecute them are all immigrants.
Yes. So
And that's
I
the
mean,
kicker for me, because I feel like you're on their side. I feel like you're on the wrong side.
but that's the Chaka. The main thing that you're missing here is that I have not. The only thing that I'm arguing points, things that are either factual or not factual, and you going back and forth, and making me live under somebody else's voice is what is so unfair here. Is that this what the media say? This what the media say? I'm not them. Like, can you take me out of shit that they've said and only listen to the argument that I'm making? Because that's where you're being like them. You're making me live up to somebody else's assertions. Like, when I'm totally telling you, no, that's not me. That I never said that. Blah blah blah. But that's what the media is saying. I was like, okay,
I think
cool.
what I'm trying to say is that you sound
I
like
agree
them.
with you.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what I was trying to say, is that you sound like them.
Okay, that's fine. But you still being like them when you're saying that I sound like them, when instead of just going with what I said, because I've made a lot of for certain statements, like I will stand on, I will shoot, I'll continue to stand on, because, and I don't think that I don't think I need to change my viewpoint, because as many times as I told you, like, please go back, listen to the last three, shit, even last week when you got this idea that I'm crazy for even having the ideas that are saying what I've said. But I'm sure that either one of us do the research on the proven numbers, because a part of the process is them calculate, take, because they know who made it, they know who's here. It's just that whether they can send them back to their home and try again, or they make it into the country without being noticed. So yeah, they can keep account of the people who but like the way that they're saying they have to do it now, and that's like, I'm not down there. All I can do is hear what they're saying their process is. And their process has been that they, go through the data, you know, like they find out who they are, this, that, and the other. Then they got to turn them loose, and they can go whichever direction that they want to go in. Most likely, if they came all this way, they're not gonna go back home. They're gonna come on in.
Yeah, I feel like all that speculation. You was gonna say something, Deuce?
Well, look, you know what? I appreciate you saying, just speaking the way you do, because ever since like the last 2 nights, I think, I feel you have no certainty of any of it. So I mean that's fine. You know, at least you're not, you know, you can feel, you can think, but
I
until you
try
can
not to
prove
be dogmatic.
until you can prove to me that what I'm saying is bullshit, then I guess we're both just kind of just blowing hot air. Because
I'm
I
not
mean,
saying what you're saying is bullshit. I'm saying the media circus around the southern border is bullshit.
but,
It's
but, but why
totally political.
but why's your beef all on me when if you agree, then what's the point?
I don't agree with you on the border. I don't agree with your views on the border. And I was telling after
What
you got off last night, I feel like
what
we're like a football field away from each other on this particular topic. I
how,
think we're far away from each other on this topic. We agree on
okay.
some parts of it, but
Okay, and so that, and that's what I'm trying to make clear, because there's some things that I know I've said, and there's some things that I know you think I said, or that you have included me into a bubble of what others have said, and you're not, like this whole thing is, I mean, the people listening are probably like, what the fuck is happening here? There's like this is like there's no clear cut thing that you, because I mean I'm sticking to the point. You happen to change based on what you're reading or hearing from somebody else, instead of saying, hey, this is something that I actually see for myself. you know like, yet have I heard you say anything that you have experienced, or you say for sure that, because you just, it's I think or I feel.
yeah, I
None of
don't
that
know
shit
what's
matter.
happening. I can't
none of
see what's happening
none,
at the border. Like
yeah,
I can only
but
speculate.
yeah, and even though that I'm using some form of media that is saying that, I was like, okay, so let's try, and I'm trying to have a fair conversation, that if they're telling us that we've already had a million or a couple millions of people that has come into the country, and they are lying, they're exaggerating, shall we say, that we have a certain amount. Like I'm trying to draw a line where, okay, what do you consider a flood? Which I never said was a flood. You say, oh, that's what the media said. Okay, I never said that, but all right, let's still try to make it fair. What do you consider a flood? You gave me a number of 10,000. It's like, okay, well, if they're saying that there's millions of people that's coming in here, is it safe to say that there's a couple of 100,000? So just the whole idea of your idea of what a flood is, and based on trying to give low numbers based on what they've said that we are looking at as far as new immigrants that has come into the country undocumented or illegally. Then you know, if I'm saying 20% of just one of the million, and that's 200,000, okay, that still beats your number by 200%. Oh no, shit, more than that.
Those numbers aren't the point. That's what I'm saying. We're
Yeah, but it
sliding
has.
this.
Let's make a point. That's the thing. What are we?
This is the
What are we?
point. We're sliding the scale of fascism. The United States have a history of embracing fascism. This whole expansion west idea, manifest destiny idea, is what also pushes fascism. It has a fascist, element to it. Okay, and demonizing these people. You know what I'm saying? Using them as a political tool to rev up or rile up your people so that you can manipulate them, to be with you on your agenda of persecuting these people. And it's really just a continuation of the persecution of peoples as they came here originally. What I mean is the ones that are the real immigrants came here and persecuted these people and are continuing it. And the border is another way that they do that.
Okay.
And I'm garnering, I want to garner sympathy or empathy for these people. I want to garner more empathy because you didn't sound very sympathetic or empathetic at the end of the show last night for these people.
Because that's not the argument. That was not the argument. Like being sympathetic has nothing to do with the accusations that you made. Like you're getting emotional about something that maybe you shouldn't be. Because
I'm emotional about it. I am. I'm sensitive about this particular topic.
Yeah, but that
I've done a
makes
lot of studying in this area. That's
okay,
probably why I shouldn't touch on areas that I've done a lot of studying on already. Because that's when I get sensitive.
I've done a bunch of studying on it too, so that's why. Like, I don't know how, like, the things that I've brought to the table and attention that I've brought things to that negates, now is negated because of an argument that, whether people have made it to this side or not. Like, I don't understand that. Like, you're getting soft on me when it comes to, okay, if me and you having a discussion about something, and the goalpost keeps getting moved because you have to win, instead of just saying,
I don't
okay,
think you're
yes,
hearing me. That's why I'm trying to find a way to get you to hear me, because I don't think you're hearing me. Because I think you're coming into this conversation not wanting to hear.
No,
I've been saying it over and over.
You're exemplifying that. Like, if we had one argument a week ago about that I believe is specific to that question, and you have made it about 18 different things, I'm like, bro, this is not what this is. Like, I never I never said that. I have to keep saying to you, no, I don't believe that, and I never said that. Where is all of this other stuff coming from? Like, if and then, because we could still disagree about the numbers, I'm like, okay, where are we gonna find the middle ground, or is this gonna be a whole month series?
No need to make it a month series.
Okay, can we come to some kind of?
I feel like the thing.
Gonna give it a week and move
I
on.
feel like my thing. My
Hopefully,
thing is,
we
I
can
feel
come to
like
something.
we're from the perspective of where we were talking about it last night was from the perspective of numbers, and then there was a part where you brought in the fact of being unsympathetic, or the facts that Pat was arguing was brought about because of fascism and what the media puts out there, and it promotes hate. Whereas we're arguing numbers, I don't feel like the number,
It's not the same
we
thing.
were talking about somebody hating. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
two
that's not the
different
same thing,
things.
and
I
and
mean,
that
we can all agree that yes, that there is exaggeration of the numbers. We can all agree that there may be exaggeration because of whatever. If it's hate on their side, that doesn't mean that we in this podcast hate these people. We're just trying to argue the numbers and the facts of what we have been told.
and
You know,
also let me add this is that just because one thing is true doesn't mean that like eight other things are not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
a
my
lot of
point. This thing is
okay,
complex. So
but
not just
I've
we're
agreed
not
with
just
you a
talking about
thousand times.
numbers.
I know, but I've
Because
agreed with
that's
you
just one part
a
of it.
thousand times, and then I disagree with that one thing, and you keep avoiding that part and bringing up other things for me to argue with you about when it was only about one thing. Because like I said, if I'm gonna point out one of the reasons why I do disagree with the whole, outside of the numbers thing, is that how they might, some of them have treated me, and that they potentially will do because they want to be on the side of the people that ends up that's already oppressing them. I stated that many times. It's like, other than that, I could care less. Like, it doesn't bother me. Like, most people who really have a problem with these people coming over and taking a job, they need to reevaluate their life. Like, there's so many things that I pointed out that really
I
I
agree
can
with
get.
that, but I still have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. Your personal experience guides your the way you feel about this topic. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that what you go through, every
Why?
one of us, what we go through
Why?
is gonna have an impact on the way we react to the world. I understand that's a reality, but I also feel like we have to take it upon ourselves to educate ourselves more about a topic than what our personal experiences have given us. That's what
If a
education and
if
academics is about.
if an immigrant feels like I'm doing something to harm them once they get here, and or they feel that I have the ability to help or harm them, and they, or somebody can, help them better than I can, and they decide to treat me like I'm shit and talk all these different things that we've like heard in the past, other assertions of, because I obviously not the only one that has experienced something like this, because this is a narrative I've heard in many other places, and I'm like, yep, they do that. So for me to express my actual encounters with some immigrants, regardless of their skin color, whether it's closer to mine or, further from mine, and they can have these type of accounts without knowing me personally. Yes, I have a problem with you because your mind is tainted, but that's a personal thing. When it comes down to business, I'm not doing anything to obstruct them from coming here and having a opportunity to provide for themselves or their family. So they need to just focus on that than me. I
And
don't think that
my
I
problem
don't
with that is maybe there's a percentage of them that come that have that attitude, but that's not
yeah.
representative of the group. I don't think so.
No, it's not. I even gave examples of the ones that I'm like, that's my dog. That's somebody I will ride for. Something come down and it's you know them or the system. I'm gonna ride down I'm gonna ride down for them, because they did not come here thinking that, okay, it's better for them to take the side of, an oppressive system, and try to go against me. Like, I was very clear. Like, anybody that, like, please,
I just feel like
everybody.
you like okay, the people that give the people a hard time at the border or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Send them back,
That's what you think I'm saying?
yes, I think that's what you're saying.
I never said anything like that. You stop thinking about what I'm thinking and hear what I'm saying. You're thinking too much instead of just actually hearing. And you think I'm supposed to agree with you, and you don't have a solid thought or belief. You're thinking of what I'm saying, and instead of hearing what I'm saying. Come on, bro. Where does that make sense? This is not true.
That's we can't do that, because that's where the media, and that's why black people have been oppressed for so long, because they think what one black person said is what all say, and that's not fair. That's totally unfair and unjust, to
But
You know,
that's
and
the
that's why
same
I never
thing.
put
That's the
certain
same thing we're
words on
doing to the
people. Hate
Mexicans.
to say hate.
Who is
Well,
we? You?
Mexicans are not the
What
only
you? What you?
one.
What you
Mexicans are
doing to
not
the
the only one,
Mexicans?
but
No, hold
what
on,
people
Deuce.
don't realize,
What you
okay,
doing? What you doing to the Mexicans?
No, I
Cause you
mean I
keep
don't. I'm
you
saying
keep
us
saying we.
as United States. United
I'm not
States.
I'm not them. I'm honor. I'm not them. Now what?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I can give you that. I mean, I wish I could say that. I ain't gonna lie. I wish I could say that. But I'm still, I'm still under their jurisdiction.
but we like.
Don't be
I feel
mad at
like
me
the
because
you know the bad points are getting pointed out, whereas the what where this guy was talking about, this guy got sent back several times. Okay, to be honest with you, hearing that story, it sucks that he got sent back several times. But do you realize what they do to him now? If you're caught more than once, now you're arrested. They're thrown in jail. You know what I'm saying? So he actually had it a lot easier than what a lot of them face today that are caught multiple times or trying to sneak into the country. You know what I'm saying? And then, but
So, but
they
well, how do
never
y'all
bring
feel
up the
about that?
numbers. You
Well, how
know,
do y'all feel about that? Them attempting multiple
I
times and
mean,
then getting put in prison for that.
but my thing is this, right? Okay, my thing is this. Okay, we can continue and I believe that people seeking asylum, people trying to have a better life, should be afforded that ability or that option to do that, right?
no.
But if you are a country that's already facing a major deficit and you got droves of people coming over and they're barely doing anything for their own people here in this country, you know what I'm saying? But they're trying to help these people or giving to these people or doing these type of things.
But they
Like
gotta.
where do we leave room?
But
It's
they're
almost like
racist.
giving from how can you continue to
But
give
they
from an
choose
empty cup?
which immigrants that they let. They let plenty of immigrants in
All
every
the time.
year. They don't like
Yeah,
it's
they
the
they
flood is
do.
coming in
They
the
do.
plane,
And I
and
understand
it's the
that, but
accepted
let me finish.
immigrants.
Let me finish
These
what I'm let me
southern
finish
Mexican
what I'm
immigrants.
saying.
Go ahead.
Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. I don't feel like that is right on either half, whether it's the Mexicans or whether it's the ones that white America consider to be, oh, these are the ones that we're gonna choose to let in. You know what I'm saying? It's wrong across the board. Wrong is wrong, right is right. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no different, you know. But
Look, look.
my
I'm
thing
gonna say
is what we also have.
go ahead.
Go ahead,
Finish.
man.
No, what I was gonna say is that and which I've already said is that in most cases the immigrants that are coming is not like because the Mexicans like they already like they most of them belong to this to either side of that fence already. Now, if we want to discuss people that's coming from South America, a lot of the reasons why they're trying to come here is because of problems that United States has. You know, you know, the problems exist because of the United States down in their country. So I don't feel that they shouldn't be able to. But when we're having a discussion that's supposed to be specific, I'm arguing that point, not that what's right, what was right or wrong, unless you're asking me specifically, is it right or wrong? That's not an answer I'm giving. I'm answering the question that is asked, and I'm,
Well, let me ask you, Pat, because I do answer. What do you think? How do you feel about them coming multiple times and then get put in prison for that?
well, I honestly like I think that it's probably a bunch of bullshit. Like they probably should, I mean, because unless they've because I mean, a crime is when you actually have injured someone or their property. And if you're just trying to cross an imaginary line or even a borderline, that's not criminal. So for you to put
Exactly.
somebody, and no matter how many times they might make that attempt, they have still not injured anyone or anything.
Right. So it's a victimless crime, you know, non-violent crime. And so, but this is my point though. The media blows this up, and they calling them criminals. The crime that they did was crossing the border illegally,
or even attempting. They may not
attempted.
even made it. Yeah, I mean, even attempting. Like, look, bro, y'all out here to do y'all job. If y'all catch me, all right, you do what you got to do. Send me back, whatever. But guess what? I'm coming back. Like, I have a fucking objective. I want to be over there, and whether you say I can or not, I can't. Guess what? I'm coming back. You gonna see me again. You know, hey, hey, you did good. You did your job. You caught me. But guess what? It's you gonna miss you gonna you gonna miss the next time or the next time or the
And
next time.
and and,
Like,
and my biggest problem with this damn topic is like I think that most people in the US would feel totally different about this topic if they was born south of the border.
well, I don't think I think because see honestly, what I believe is that most people don't give a shit. A lot of times it is what the news have said, and they're just regurgitating points that they've heard somewhere else. I don't think that a lot of them have really given much real thought to the issue. So, that's probably
Yeah.
the majority. But at the same time, most people don't give a shit because they're living their lives. They got their own damn problems. And okay, they make it here, they do. If they don't, all right, whatever. Look, try again. Like, I don't think for the most part, most people just don't give a damn about the immigration problem or non-problem, whether it is one or not. For them, I don't think it's like truly an issue. And if that was the case, they would be fighting, like they would be doing some kind of avocation or something that would be able to, like, some of these things will change. Just like we're protesting our issues, things that we want to see change, getting other people to get on our side, to help us with that fight. I mean, you would see more of that. So actions usually speaks more than words. So I mean, what you're doing to bring some clarity to this situation, or how much bullshit something is, like, they gonna get, I mean, they would honestly get more attention than the average black person has gotten, because you know they can legally look past them based on my understanding of the law. I mean, if you're an artificial person, if you don't really exist, they can truly ignore you in law because you don't exist. You're dead at sea. But
Yeah.
for an immigrant that has human rights because of them, them having a true national identity, there have to be a real system in place for them, and they have to acknowledge them up to a certain point.
And
That's,
it has to
I
do
mean,
with the birth, because what you're saying about that and the law, if the people understand what you was talking about, because you touched on that real lightly, but like the law, the land law, the sea, and the birth, and a lot of people don't understand that all those terms are having to do with the ship coming in on the bank and all of that shit. So damn it, I lost what I was gonna say. Fucking birth. It has to do with the birth. So
yeah,
that is the birth happened south of the border. Therefore, you don't
they don't
exist.
actually, they don't actually have the rights that any human, because see, any human being that can be, because a lot of the Mexicans that come here end up going to be, white, whether it's a white Hispanic or non-white Hispanic. So if you're on the white side of the Hispanic, the white side anyway, you get to be calculated as a human being, or at least a living person.
And that depends on the which country you come from. um and that's what I think a lot of people don't understand, and that's the importance of this southern border, because if you're from Spain, no problem, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's others in South America like Paraguay, Uruguay, but you have to understand those people's history to understand why those people is cool. But if you from Mexico, Guatemala, fucking Honduras, any of those countries, Panama,
Bro, look, yeah, I mean,
Venezuela,
cause a lot of them are dark skinned, and even though that, like,
exactly.
their hair texture might have something that might be a fine texture, some of it might be coarse, but
Those are
either
dark skinned
way,
people mostly.
yeah, a lot of them are dark skinned people, and they get hated on. Shit, if you can believe this, more than the black people here in America, but you know that's all by design. And if we really delve into it, like, and you probably can't change my mind that there are people that's making it here illegally, just because we have these stories of people who talk about their many attempts of trying to make it. There's people who make it, and good for them. They accomplished their goal. They got here, and they're doing whatever they need to do to try to establish their a way of life that's conducive to their ideas. I don't have no problem with them, but they still made it. That's a part of the number that I thought we were arguing. So
Well, it's because the basis of their problem with this is the attack on whiteness. Okay, so that's what it is. That's what it really is. The southern border. And like I say, it's a political tool. So like that, they feel like it's the infringement on the whiteness or the way of life, however you want to look at it. That's the same thing that the slave masters were saying. You're intruding on my way of life. I have a right to my way of life.
no, no. Most of it is fear, because they know, like, they at least assume, because I don't necessarily see the evidence of the non-white Hispanics coming over and just totally just jamming with the black people or the indigenous people that's here. I don't see that in record numbers where they really have an issue with you know the numbers up against them. A lot of them, like, okay, they don't give a shit. Like, they're here trying to, like, from what I can see, even like the Haitians, some of them may have some disregard for Black Americans or the indigenous Americans, but a lot of them don't give a shit what you doing. They just trying to get their hustle on. That's fine. But for when we speak up about the ones that do become these coons that will do anything that white mommy or white daddy has to say to interfere with what we're whatever movements that we have for ourselves, and we speak about it now, like, we're wrong.
See, those comments make me sad. A guy at my job, he's from Haiti. Well, he
Why you
wasn't
make
born
it
in
sad?
Haiti, but
Why
he's
why does
Haitian.
it make you sad? What did
I'm
you
finna
not understand
explain.
about what I just?
Listen, the guy's from Haiti. He said he made a comment about like his somebody said was moving around something. He was like, "Oh, what, you got ants in your pants or something like that? What, you got ants in your pants, something like that." I wish I could say it right, but then I was like, "What did your mom used to tell you that, huh?" Because he was using it as like a derogatory to somebody else. He was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like Haitian mom and whatever. And then like the same guy I was talking to him before about like rice and peas or something like that, beans and rice, and it's like Kool-Aid. These experiences are the same. You know what I'm saying? I remember my grandma saying those same sayings. You know what I'm saying? And it's, we are connected to these people, very, very much so.
Biologically,
And culturally, and culturally. That's where I'm using this point on the cultural side. So, and that's where these imaginary borders that they have created a border in our mind where we look at these people as others when they are us. Period.
bro. But they do the same thing, Chaka. And I have a disdain for somebody that can do that. If you have a negative idea about me because of what the media has told you back in your homeland that I ain't shit, and that you got to come over here and not just see for yourself that I ain't shit, but just going off of what somebody else said, you are full of shit. And you are a piece of shit if you come with that type of mindset. If you don't give me a chance to show you that I'm a genuine human being that cares about all types of humans, and you just going off of some bullshit somebody said in the news that is propaganda that allows you to look at me different than you would your own brother, then you have a problem, and I don't want you here.
Well, I 100% agree with you on that.
Well, that's all I've been saying. You said this upsets you. That's the exact same thing I just said a minute ago.
I don't know that it was the exact same thing. Like
It was. I do. I'm repeating the same. I'm just giving it to you in a different way so that maybe you can finally swallow it. The pill that look. I'm not racist. I don't have a problem with any human being. I think that the imaginary lines are bullshit, just like you. So it's kind of hard to have one of those thoughts and not have all of those thoughts. But if you are a weak mind that allows or that you feel that your strategy is to be against someone who looks like you just because somebody else said, hey, well, this is what you should do. If you want to succeed here, this is what you do, and you believe that, you a sucker.
But then, if all of what you're saying is true, then what is your issue with? Let's say there is a flood of them coming in. What is your issue with it?
I never said I had an issue with it. I just said it is happening. You said that this was not an issue. That's it's only political stuff that's saying, making us believe that, but there's no immigration problem. I was like, well, I ain't gonna say it's a problem, but I mean we are having an influx of people that are coming in. And like I said, like neither one of us have brought, an exact number, but at least, like I'm trying, like I said, my only thing was to try to figure out if they said this number, what's a safe number to say that is really that the real number is. If you want to say that it's a flood or not say it's a flood, like I mean, if we're having a debate of a certain, a specific idea or principle, whatever, my thing is that's the conversation for me. It's not everything else. Because I mean, whatever the question is, I'll answer it. I'll tell you straightforward whatever it is. But if you start with one thing, okay, let's finish that before we move on to something else. let's just say, okay, all right, well, or we can agree to disagree, but let me know when we're change when we have a new goal, when we're really trying to figure out the next issue, because what I've been getting slapped with is, some idea that you think I have based on media or some mainstream news that I usually despise because it's not filled with enough truth. So when you have other sources, you hear the other sources, and you try to say, okay, you know how these people are. It's like, okay, well, most likely it's not a zero number. If they're saying it's a million, is probably not zero. What medium, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
Because I
trying to
think
have,
that I think that you, Deuce, and Doc are lost in the narrative on on this topic. Lost in the
no,
media narrative.
well, I mean, honestly, I think that you are, if I mean, you are just as much, but in the other direction. I think they've captivated you enough, or either that, there's not enough balance. There's no yin and yang. You just yang.
And you just ying.
I, man, but I believe that there is a number. I don't know if it's a million, because at the end of the day, if they're undocumented, how do you
Yeah,
truly count that number?
yeah, and we know
But
that,
at the end of the day,
they're
there
liars.
is an influx.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we know.
there is
I think I
a
think we
influx of
all
people
agree that
coming
they are
in.
liars. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I believe. I know. I'm sure. For you to take the stance that you on. Okay, we all can agree that these are liars. But if they've given us a number, which is most likely exaggerated, or maybe a total lie. Well, like I said, if they're giving us a million, let's go with the shorter end of the stick. We can give them way below that, 20% of the number. If 200,000 is coming in here, that's still illegal immigrants that's made it into the country. Because I mean, like I said, I mean the process is that based on what is happening on the federal level is kind of changes what can happen on the state level and what they're allowed to do. Like there's new regulations now. Since there's a a new sheriff in town. So from the change of Trump being in office to Biden being in office, their political views are opposite. So when you go from a minimalized amount that's able to come in based on this structure, and then what we're saying, hearing that it's been totally like there has no cap based on these words. Is like, okay, you know, all of Mexico ain't in America now. All of South America is not in America now. So, all right, let's try to balance the scale. If we're gonna be fair about this, we have to at least admit that this exists. All right, now that we can admit that this exists, let's give an undervalue just to get a good estimate or an idea. Because that was my first argument, is that how can we know the exact number? Because if they're not getting caught by Border Patrol, if they're not getting like, if there's you can't say it is 200,576 people that made it in, because there's no recording. How can we fairly have that discussion? Which was the beginning of my first argument. When we first started talking about Mr. Beats video and him giving all of these different you know statistics based on what they do allow, how can we account for the ones that, what I'm saying? Like, we I tried to make it fair the whole time. which I am a fair person from top to bottom, all the way to my core. The only time that is not gonna be fair is if it comes to a physical battle, cause I'm gonna beat your ass.
Well, I don't know. We talked about like in the past, like it's like so like it's a couple subjects that we can argue on. Like it's crazy though, you know that but because like even like when we started doing this show, I was amazed over and over at how much stuff we agreed on because I always disagree with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like the crowd, and not just to disagree with them, just because like the crowd usually is fucking wrong. Because they're not thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Which I found
but
myself in a lot of time in that same situation is that no one thought for themselves. That is they're using somebody else's thinking points and trying to use them against me. Which hey, you're gonna lose if you haven't thought this out for yourself. But continue.
and so like the only subjects that we've found is this one, the migration, this immigration southern border thing,
There's got to be
and
more.
and there's one more. I think it was what was it? The fuck was it? It had to do with socialism. Yeah, socialism and communism. That argument. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, and to be fair, my views have changed some on that. Now, am I firm on any one of them? No, because I like the idea of competition. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't, you know what I'm saying? I think that it gives a certain, like you don't have true manhood without competition.
Yeah, I think it. I just on that subject, I just think that there's uh, certain areas that they shouldn't be privatized, like education, healthcare, and any kind of like utilities.
Yeah. Well, and
That's where
I
I'm
think
at
that
on that.
I mean, on the lower I mean, when we're talking about kids, give them the world. Let them, you know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, we're gonna end up still in a place where it's gonna come down to how well, how much incentive a parent might give a child for them to be that person that's gonna be seeking something greater than themselves. If everything is given to them, they appreciate shit and think the world owes them something, and they can choose to work for things or not. So it's a tough call to make when it comes to that because I don't think capitalism is evil. Is socialism fair? To the weak, yeah. But when it comes to somebody who, gets motivated by, or, really, willing to, wanting to see the world in a different view and proud and proud to say that they had something to do with it, they're gonna see it as bullshit. But for children and the elderly, yeah, I think that there should, like for somebody who we're inspiring to help build the world, and for those who has already helped us build the world to where we are, deserves some things that the rest in the middle need to still make their stake for. So I can go for something in the middle.
Um, yeah. So, but I think it's good though. That we disagree on that topic too, though, because and then the other part of it is like I lean a bit to the left, and I would say, from the way you talk, I would say you lean a bit to the right. So that's another dimension that makes it good, though, because it helps when we cover these topics. And I think that the best topics to cover are the ones that we kind of disagree on, because that the issue is the echo chamber, right? The algorithm. All of us, each one of us, everybody that's listening, we're all in an algorithm that we created for ourselves, and it feeds us the information that we want or whatever what we agree with, basically. So so we don't because of the age of technology, we really don't hear a lot of perspectives outside of the stuff that we already know to believe or whatever, our position that we already have, because our algorithm knows that about us, so it just feeds us what we so. But us having these conversations like this helps us, helps our internal algorithm. You know what I mean? And then we shape our algorithm, like I said. So when you typing in stuff in your search bar, that's what's affecting your algorithm. So sometimes the conversations that you have, I'm sure it sparks your, inquisitive
Interest.
mind, and so you type it in, and then boom, your algorithm is gonna make an adjustment. And so that's good, I think.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's what
I
I'm
think.
trying to do, is adjust everybody's algorithm a bit, including mine.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I mean, we definitely. I think the spar is always good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't come here to fight with none of y'all. I love y'all, but
Yeah.
at the same time, I feel like for my own brother, I gotta smack you around a little bit.
Yeah. And we all have our baby, like, let's say our baby topics, if you will. I mean, I can't find the right words. I'm starting to get tired.
Look. Every now and then, I feel like I got a Will Smith your ass. You know what I'm saying?
And we all have our little baby topics, our little something that we're sensitive about. You know what I'm saying? And this
Yeah.
one is one of mine. Yeah, I'm a bit sensitive on this one. It's one of my
Well,
babies, if you will.
well, yeah, I can have the conversation, but I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, I mean, the immigration problem isn't as big of a problem to me, because there's things that, if we focus on, we can gain more control over all these things that we have no power. Like, we can, it's just us talking.
And it's
I
still,
rather,
like you said, we're the land of the milk and honey. There's enough for everybody, really. And so us fighting about this, that, and the other is just a distraction to keep us from, like, making it like I say, man. This is one of the things I feel like I feel like people can't imagine a utopia or whatever. I say that all the time. I feel like we live in a dystopia that we've created for ourselves. And that's the reason why we can't imagine things to just be fucking good. Like, things will never be good. Just give it up. It's been like this forever. No, it hasn't, bro. It wasn't. Like we were saying before about the dark ages, and like the Aboriginals call that the golden years. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
like it's perspective, but different parts of the world. But we live in a global world now. So, but still, even in this global world, we can find a place where there's an equilibrium. You know what I'm saying? Where there's not demonization of people and persecution of people and
Well,
fascism and
but that's why I think that if we put ourselves in more positions of power, where we have been known to be more fair in life than others have been, that
Mhm.
by us allowing certain powers to continue and not to do anything to subdue it or to
and
change it,
and that's another thing
we
that bothers me a lot. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like it's our fault. And then it's like, even the conquest of the United States and expansion west, I think it's a and it sucks. It sucks. That sucks. But we have to stand up, right, at some point and be like, okay, you know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
This game is over.
yeah, I mean, I'm like this. Unless we're looking at being perpetual bitches of the state, then yeah, we got to do something. And yeah, the conversations are usually good, but I think strategizing is more so where we should be at. I mean, most of us know the problem. We've seen the problem is, and we end up still just being reactive to a system that, like me personally, I feel like the best defense is an offense. Like when you get them reacting to you is when, and you can take them off of their square. That's where you're going to have more growth. But, it's when the numbers are not high enough that sees it in that same perspective, you end up fighting with your own people more because it's like, look, can you see this? Well, what about this? I mean, what you think about this? It's like, I mean, you continue trying to get them on board so that the same problems that they having, and you been ready to fight. Now you got to go show them why this is so important for us to be fighting. You know what I'm saying? So we end up just fighting with each other more and more and more, which comes off to a lot of people as tribalism. But it's not so much tribalism. It's more so just that, all right, these people's perspectives have been tainted so much through the the fight, the war of propaganda. I mean, everybody's just it just keeps being a endless cycle, which hopefully that it can finally come to an end. That's just me. I
Yeah, and I done kept y'all long. We're at 3.5. We 3:36. So I really want to play a few more minutes of this video. I don't want to put y'all to sleep. I want to play a bit of this video for the audience. Deuce, you got anything to say?
Nah,
Because
I'm good,
you
bro.
good to
On
watch
that.
this for a few minutes? I know. What about you, Pat?
I plan on
Yeah, I'm
working
good.
tomorrow.
I'm not tired.
You doing what tomorrow?
I'm still got to work.
I'm
So
I'm probably gonna go on and drive tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna get me a few hours. I got a little bit
Yeah,
before, but yeah, I
I know
need to
it's
get me a
4:30.
few. Yeah, I need to get me a few more hours before I get up and start rolling.
All
But
right, man.
yeah, I'm not in a good position to where I stop to be able to do everything I need to do. So I'm gonna drive to tomorrow so I can position myself good for Sunday.
All right, man. Peace and love, bro. Get you some rest.
All right, man.
I'm,
Y'all.
I know how to keep you up though. Now I'm gonna
Oh,
just start talking about the
look,
border.
look. I'm gonna listen to this dude. I'm sure I'll be sleeping minutes.
Maybe you'll learn something in your sleep. Maybe you'll change
Uh,
your position on this topic.
well, hey, good luck with that.
All
All
right,
right,
man.
y'all.
All right.
Peace and love.
all
Peace and
right,
love,
man.
bro. Get you
Peace and
some
love,
rest.
man. Be careful out there, bro.
Always, always. All right.
All right. All right, y'all. Let me play some of this. I've really just been itching to play it.
Taking away the land and giving it to white settlers. Between 1840 Mexico, the land of thieves, as if the very land and environment gave birth to murderers and thieves. And here's another tweet by Donald Trump. Sadly, the overwhelming amount of violent crime in our major cities is committed by blacks and Hispanics. A tough subject, but must be discussed. The Texas Rangers. The Texas Rangers were created to patrol the border regions against Mexicans. Immediately following the Mexican-American War. And were involved many times in murdering Mexican ranchers and farmers and taking away their land and giving it to white settlers. Between 1848 and 1928, white mobs, including the Texas Rangers, lynched at least 597 Mexicans, mostly along the border region. This is from the book, the article, The Lynching of Persons of Mexican Origin or Descent in the United States, by William Kerrigan and Clive Webb. Here's a photo of the Texas Rangers at that time. Here's a photo of 2 Mexicans lynched along the border region during this time.
Damn, that's crazy.
Table 1, Mexican and African American victims of lynching per 100,000 of population, 1880 to 1930. The number of Mexican lynching victims per 100,000 was around 30 people. For African Americans, it was around 40. So very, very close. And this must be seen as part of a larger context, right? As white Americans pushing westward, they're dealing with Jim Crow, especially after the Civil War, and attempting to keep African Americans in check in the way they were before slavery was outlawed by the 13th Amendment. And they're doing this by lynching and through terrorist groups like a KKK. At the same time, the KKK is lynching African Americans. The Texas Rangers are lynching Mexican Americans around the same time. It's part of the same project of white 19th century white supremacy. It must be seen in the same context. Also in the same context is genocide against Native Americans as white Americans push westward. The genocide against Native Americans, the lynching of Mexican Americans, the lynching of African Americans is all occurring at the same time. The bloody late 19th century. And here is the number of lynchings by state. Here is an illustration from 1903. Uncle Sam guarding the border against riff-raff immigration coming from Latin America and Asia. So you have these Mexicans, Latin Americans, Asians. And here he is, Uncle Sam. He looks very disconcerted, worried that all this riff-raff from around the world is coming to the American shores. Caricatures of Jews, Arabs, Americans, Latin Americans, and Asians. The high tide of immigration, a national menace. A photo of the Texas Rangers patrolling the border with their guns out, looking to kill Mexicans. And they did many times. Five Texas Rangers outside the Bright Ranch near Marfa in 1918. On June 18th, 1916, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson ordered 110,000 National Guardsmen from state militias to the border for patrol duty, to guard the border in Brownsville, Texas. So the president sending troops to the border to guard against immigrants and what they perceived as thieves and rapists coming into the country is nothing new. Trump did this during his administration, sent the National Guard down to the border, and Woodrow Wilson also sent the National Guard. And Woodrow Wilson, as you remember, was the president who saw the KKK movie in the White House, The Birth of a Nation, and he agreed with this message that the KKK were heroes during Reconstruction against an invading Northern presence. He said, The only regret is that it's all too true. This is history written in lightning. Here is an oral history testimony I want to read out concerning the border. This is from a man named Salvador. I don't want to give his last name. Born in Guanajuato, Mexico. This is from one of my students' oral history papers that I assigned in my class that I want to use here. My father immigrated here because the United States and Mexico had an agreement where if you paid 10 cents, you would be allowed to pass. So my father was allowed to come to work the fields because no one was working it because the men were at war. This is during World War II. During World War II, and the women were working in factories. That's a typo. My father would cut down trees and make way for people to grow plants and food. He was still a young man around his late teen years. Now, his father actually goes back to Mexico where he has this gentleman who was born in Mexico. I left Mexico because there was no future in my country. At that time, we were in Mexico City, and I decided it would be best if I left to the United States. I left also because the Mexican money had lost its value and the dollar had grown. I got a bus from Mexico City to Tijuana, and from there I just crossed the line because there was just a fence and it had been broken down, so we just waited for the right moment when no border policemen were walking around the area, and once we had our changes, we crossed. After passing here in 1974, all I did for a month was work in a restaurant. I did not like to work there because they only paid me $5. And the hours I worked there 8 or 9 hours a day, sometimes 10. Out of 80 hours of working there, he only gave me $50, which was something I did not like at all. After that, I decided I would go back to my country because the money I would make here was not enough. And at the end of the day of paying rides and buying 2 packs of cigarettes, the money would fly away. I borrowed money to pay off the coyotes. He actually decided to come back to the United States after going to Mexico. And this is a phenomenon that many Mexicans experienced during a time when the border was more fluid. And we know now, living in 2020, that the border is not as fluid, right? There's more technology, there is more wall, there are more border guards guarding the border, making crossing very dangerous and very costly if they're paying coyotes. During this time in the 70s, the border was more porous. It was easier to go back and forth, come back during seasonal crops and go back to the family in Mexico, but it's harder now. So I want you to think about this as you think about the history of the border. It wasn't always as concrete as it is now. In the past, it was more porous. My great-grandparents, for example, came over during the Mexican Revolution when the border was open, and it only cost 2 pennies to cross. So let's pick this back up. I borrowed money to pay off the coyotes who smuggled me back to the U.S. This time I came from Ciudad Juarez all the way to Colorado. We arrived there in 1975. I arrived in a small town that was 30 minutes away from Denver's, Colorado. We started working on canals, putting pipelines that would help the water travel. I would work from 7 in the morning till 3 in the evening. After that work finished, we started trimming trees. There I was getting paid $200 a week, which was the same amount I would win in putting the pipelines. After that, I did not like living with people from my town, so I left that job and came to Guanajuato. After arriving here, I started to leave every 23rd of March to California. Again, the border was porous. He was able to go back and forth. Where I would do the same thing of trimming trees. Or sometimes I would stay at Los Angeles with my sister and help them with their business. And they would pay me a lot, which would help me send more money to your grandmother in Mexico. Most of the time, I would come to Reedley and work the fields. So from March to September, at first were the months I would stay here and work, and I would leave back after those months. I would work all the jobs here in the field, from helping grow the food to picking them and sustaining them as well. I did this from 1974 to 1987. All these years, I would cross the border illegally with no problem because the coyote I had was very smart. And he also was on top of his game. Now, I apologize for all the typos. That's a powerful story. I think what this story illustrates is the fluidity of the border in a way that it's no longer that way, right? Here's an image of KKK members guarding the border, right? Nationalistic groups throughout American history, nativists, have guarded the border against what they see as Mexican invasion, even though this was once Mexico, and most Mexicans have native blood, and their native ancestors have been here for tens of thousands of years. So 3 members of the KKK use a telescopic listening device and binoculars near the California-Mexico border in their search for immigrants illegally entering the country, October 26, 1977. Here's an oral history testimony excerpt from Gustavo, who was born in Aguascalientes, Mexico. I was put in a trunk of a car at age 16 with 3 other guys. It was a small space for 3 grown guys. It was the year 1986. I thought I was going to die. Now, if you're in my class, I'd like you to watch these videos, these 2 videos, and compare and contrast them. Here is a debate between Bush and Reagan in the 80s. And I want you to listen to the words they're using, how they describe the border crisis as they see the border crisis, and how they describe Mexican immigrants. Then I want you to listen to how Trump characterizes what he sees as a border crisis and immigration and Mexicans. So type these links in, or simply search in YouTube for Bush and Reagan debate immigration, and then search for Trump on immigration. And I want you to compare and contrast how all these 3 men, who are all conservative Republicans, characterize and view Mexicans and immigration. Now I'll just read this out again. Watch the video clips on both this slide and the next. Compare and contrast the way both Bush and Reagan talk about Mexico. Type this link into your YouTube channel, or you can be the biggest churchgoer in Mexico, a devotee of the Virgin Mary, a wonderful mother. But as soon as you cross that border, you are a criminal. You are an illegal alien, according to nativists and people like Trump. Many gang members and some very bad people were mixed into the caravan heading to our southern border. Why don't you take a look at this? Taxpayers will pay for the useless, many of them cross, with an estimated eventual price tag of more than $15 billion. $15 billion. Migrants detained on the U.S. border. Why don't you take a look at this? Here's a sign cautioning Mexican migrants from not entering this inhospitable area where many of them cross. Cuidado. I'll read it in English for you. Caution, do not expose your life to the elements. It's not worth it. Here's a record from 1999 and 2012 of recorded Mexican migrant deaths. So all these red dots are migrant deaths. New Mexico, Arizona.
That's only 3 years. 2,269 deaths, covering the period between October 1st, 1999 through March 28, 2012.
Here are the number of migrant deaths recorded by the Border Patrol, which is a conservative estimate. Other agencies and associations have come up with far larger numbers. So at least around 6,000 immigrants from 1998 to 2012 died attempting to cross the border. Many times lacking water, food. Here are some bones from a Mexican immigrant who was found in the desert. Here is another excerpt from an oral history testimony from a student in one of my classes, a man named Fernando, who was born in the state of Mexico. This is my student who refers to himself as me, talking to his father. What caused you to cross over? To help my mom and my brother and my sister so she doesn't have to work as hard. My sister was 1 year old when I left. Actually, no, she was a couple of months old when I left. Your Theo was 7. Did you cross over legally or illegally? Illegal. I got caught 3 times. I got caught 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Twice in one day. Then again the next day, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 times I got caught. How did you get caught, Father? Right at the border? Fernando, born in the state of Mexico. Here, Mexico border ops team patrol the U.S.-Mexico border in Sunland Park, New Mexico. March. Brazilian migrants who had just crossed the border at Mexico border ops team patrol the U.S.-Mexico border in Sunland Park, New Mexico. March 20th, 2019.
That's Border Patrol. It looks like military.
Stinger, a member of the Constitutional Patriots New Mexico Border Ops Team militia, is pictured on patrol at the U.S.-Mexican border near Mount Fusore in Sunland Park, New Mexico.
They look like
March 20th.
They look like they're going to war. Are they going to war with the immigrants?
Property owner Jeff Allen,
look like
rear left, stands with a member of the United Constitutional Patriots near a group of about 30 Brazilian migrants who had just crossed the border at Allen's property in Sunland Park, New Mexico. And here is one last original source testimony, 3 pages long. Well, that wraps up our brief history of the U.S.-Mexico border. I hope you are well. We are nearing the end of quarantine. I received my second shot April 2nd, and I will be fully inoculated. I actually had COVID 5 weeks ago. The third week was pretty bad, and by the end of the 3rd week, I started feeling great, and that's already been 2 weeks now. I've had no reoccurring symptoms, and I actually feel really good. I just took my test.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shit's it's crazy, man. How they did that.
Yeah. Did you learn anything from that? Go ahead. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no, I mean I did. Like I say, it's crazy to see how they did that, how they did them back in the day. And it's still going on. Not as brutal, but it's still going on, you know. But the way that they take them and separate them from from their children, I think is just, that's horrible. But, it's like, I guess that's their way of deterring them from crossing illegally.
Yeah, man. It's fucking sad. It's fucking sad. I think I want to play just another minute of this, and then I'm going to wrap it. Because I want his gist at the beginning. I don't think I played this part right here. Let me play this little part right here.
So years, as archives are uncovered in the state of Texas, that the Texas Rangers to Mexicans and Mexican Americans living along the border after the war with Mexico, 1846, 1848. The Texas Rangers were essentially a terrorist organization that went about terrorizing Mexicans whose rights were guaranteed in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that their rights and properties would be protected after the war. But that in reality was not the case. Some historians say now that there were more Mexicans lynched than African Americans during Jim Crow, as properties were stripped away from ranch holders and farmers that lived in the Southwest along the border regions. And we'll touch upon the Texas Rangers more in this lecture. Here is a photo from 1915 showing the border gates in Calexico, Califas into Tijuana. That word Tijuana was originally two words, Tia Juana.
Oh yeah.
There was a ranch there owned by a woman named Juana, who was referred to as Tia Juana, and that word was shortened, of course, to Tijuana.
So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to get that. I really wanted to get that Tijuana part.
1950.
I think that's it.
The Mexican-U.S. border is both imagined and tangible. For most of human existence, no border existed. No imagined line between one political and cultural entity dividing another. For thousands of years, Native Americans crossed back and forth and up and down the regions that are today the Mexican states of Baja, Sonora, Chihuahua, Coahuila, Nuevo León, Tamaulipas, and the U.S. states of California, New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas, or Texas. Look at a map of the Borderlands region. Examine the topography that allows for the natural flow of migration up and down from what is now Mexico and the U.S. Now turn the map to the side. Does it become more apparent? Turn the map upside down. Imagine the flow over thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. When the U.S. gained independence from Great Britain, the frontier looking westward appeared wide open from the vantage point of America, from the East Coast. Yet, various peoples and native tribes lived in the vast region between the original 13 states and the Pacific Ocean. France, Spain, New Spain, and then Mexico all stood in the way of manifest destiny, that is, pushing the frontier and border across the continent, from New York to San Francisco. Over the course of the 19th century, the frontier became ever shorter as the distance between the US and Mexico shrunk until the two borders abutted. The question was, what to do about Mexico standing in the way of American progress? The Mexican-American War ensued, 1846 to 1848, resulting in nearly half of Mexican sovereign territory conquered and annexed by the United States. The border established by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo is approximately what the border is today in 2020. Of course, we all know this famous sign.
Yeah, that's it, folks. We right at 4 hours. You still driving?
Go down. Yeah, I'm still driving.
Yeah. So 3 days of covering this stuff. You know, have your views changed or anything, Deuce? Like, how do you feel about it? Like, you still feel the same? Did you learn anything? Did you hear anything that you didn't know already? I think the Tijuana thing is pretty interesting.
You say what?
I say, did you hear any? Over these 3 days, did you hear anything you hadn't heard before? Like, you learned anything or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, what I was mentioning the other night about the how the border was, set up and what the intended purposes for it was. You know, I had never know anything about the gassing either. You know, the gas baths,
Yeah.
and things of that nature. So, but yeah, man, it's just you know, just talks about our history and how brutal it was. You know.
Yeah, man. And I think people need to really try to understand this in the context of today. So when I hear that rhetoric, I automatically get sensitive. It's a slippery slope, man. It's a slippery slope. The fascist slope is slippery. And you'll slide right down there to putting Mexicans in concentration camps. And it's really behind some bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I think their whole deal is, you know, making them seem like, oh, they're criminals, this and that. You know, don't get me wrong. You have, and I think this goes with all races. You have people that are criminal. You know, people that have ulterior motives. But I I don't like that grouping shit that they do. That grouping system. It's it's they just group everybody in that as one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's racism. That's prejudice. That's, you know, fascism.
Yeah. So it's just yeah.
Wait, let me hear this. Tim Black is going to
But
explain this.
at the end of the day, I don't.
Wait, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Wait, let me hear Tim
No,
Black
I
on
was just saying
this.
I don't feel like there's.
Go ahead. What was you going to say? You don't feel like there's what?
I don't feel like there's an issue or a problem like they try to portray. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
That's my point.
Like we were saying. I don't feel like that it's like that, but I mean, we know that there's an influx, but I don't feel like I feel like it's heightened. You know, it's heightened. And in a sense, they're teaching a hate for these people. You know, and that's what I don't like about it.
Yeah. That's it. I'm telling you, man. When I get super sensitive when I hear the dogma, I hear the whistles.
We'll talk about it tonight on the show.
Let me see what he said.
Will Smith just resigned from the Academy of Motion Pictures. And this is sad, Johnson. It really is. It's sad because it was so unnecessary that it had to come to this, you know? Okay, so what does Will Smith resigning from the Academy mean?
Yes.
It means he can't vote on next year's Oscars. It means he can't participate in any reindeer games or Academy games. It means he will not be announcing the winner of the Best Actress Award next year, which is tradition. Folks, I'm just saying, this doesn't feel good. I'm not happy about it. I'm not jumping up and down. I feel bad for Will. Will worked hard to be who he is. And he loses it because he gets emotional about a joke. It's not a good day. Not a good day. We'll talk about it tonight on the show.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering. I'm glad Tim Black cleared that up because I wanted to know what the hell the impact. And it really just doesn't sound like it would be that much impact. It's ceremonial. And like I be saying, fuck the Oscars, fuck the Grammys anyways. Let them have that. Will Smith can come up with his own awards show.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, bro. Like, in all honesty, it's crazy, man. Yeah, and it's just it's just crazy to hear them say, oh, we're gonna take disciplinary action against Will Smith for his actions. It's like, what the fuck can y'all do? Y'all are not the law.
I mean, well, if that's what they want to do, then call the police. You know, let the police handle legal situations.
Yeah.
It sounds like a whip to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say fuck the NFL, fuck the NBA. That shit is plantations, bro. And that sounds like Will is getting whooped in front of everybody. They did it to Whoopi a little while ago. You know what I'm saying? They do it. They did it to fucking Bill Cosby. I think he got publicly lashed, bro. Let me play this.
That shit's crazy.
That's what I see.
Journalist loser scum. This isn't about being anti-gay. It's about being like anti-talking to our kids.
So a lot of people, especially in the hip hop community, have accused Kanye West of abandoning his culture. Now, a couple of years ago, he was asked to respond to this, and say what you will about the man, his response was absolutely correct. Check out this clip.
What do you say to people that say you turned your back on the culture or
exactly
black people?
100%? I have turned my back on the idea of victimization mentality. We are locked up. We went from 1-4. We went from 1-4 to 1-3, but we always pointing at the white people, but yet we want to spend all of our money on foreigns. We want to spend all our money on luxury as opposed to going and buying some land. But the culture has you focused so much on somebody and pulling up in a foreign and rapping about things that could get you locked up and then saying you about prison reform. Like, it's, bro, we brainwashed out here, bro. Come on, man. This is a free man talking.
So a lot of people, especially in the hip hop community, have accused Kanye West of abandoning his culture.
What'd you think about that, Deuce?
I mean, shit. I feel like the dude is on to something. Like, I mean, he's right, bro. Like, I mean, you hear it, man. You hear all of these rappers nowadays. Everything that they rap about is about, you know, what they did to the ops and killing, and I'm gonna do this and do that and do that, you know, and they're always bragging and talking about a foreign or watch or jewelry or this or that, you know. So, you know, like it's no substance, bro. They go against everything that they say that they're fighting for. You know, Black Lives Matter. You know, we're going for prison reform. You know, we're looking to fix the injustice. But you go, but you're rapping about the very thing that they're locking you up for. So it's very contradictory, you know. It's very brainwashing, you know. It's like, okay, I'm gonna fight for this. This I don't really stand for this, but because it sells, you know, I'm gonna put it out there for the younger generation to listen, you know, and then they think that shit cool. Nah, that's fucked up.
Let me
You
play
know,
this.
it's just like it's a old deal, a old example, but that's just like you know, like Jeezy, like they say Jeezy said, you know, Jeezy told us to trap or die, but told his kid to go to college.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, look at how many of them that don't even allow their kids to listen to that type of music. You know what I'm saying? Don't portray these type of things to their children, but they're putting it out there because why? It sells albums. They're able to have it affords them a life, you know, that the average person
And
can only
they really
fucking dream of.
exploiting the community, selling the community dreams, worse than the
Yeah,
church.
yeah.
More
Yeah, they're
powerful than the
exploiting the
church.
community. Yeah, you know, they're shedding a light. They're shedding a light on black people, bro. That's a very negative. They're make you know that looks very negative. You know, and it's just it's yeah, it's fucked up, bro.
Well, here goes some more fucked up shit. Oh, damn. Sound effects. Police sergeant grabbed after she tried to pull him away from threatening a black man in custody. Police body cam footage shows Sunrise, Florida Police Sergeant Christopher Pulis threatening an individual who was handcuffed and in custody at the time. police and other officers were responding to a report about a man allegedly attacking people outside a convenience store. The incident originally occurred in November 2021. The local news affiliate 7 News obtained audio of the situation on March 22nd.
Look at me. You want to play games? You play with the wrong mother. What you gotta do, man? You gonna mace me? Look at me, mother. You want to play games? You ever get disrespectful with my officers? I will remove your soul from your body.
The police began threatening the individual. Unarmed man approached police and tugged on his belt to pull him off the police car and further away from the individual in custody. Police then briefly grabbed the junior officer by her throat and backed her up against a patrol car.
Touch me again. Sir. Get the off. Sir.
Shortly thereafter, police screamed at his intervening colleague again.
And I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
At one point, he also demanded all officers at the scene turn their cameras off. The junior officer who got choked has requested anonymity based on Marcy's law. The statute protected victims and police officer identities to maintain their safety. The Sunrise Police Department praised the young officer's actions. I am very proud of the officer involved in the incident and believe that the actions taken were definitive, Deputy Chief Anthony Rosa, and demonstrative of a good leadership during a tense situation. Oh, they're backing her up. Police has been suspended since November, and Sunrise PD has been conducting an internal investigation into his actions. A criminal investigation against police was launched in January 2022. Damn, that's the next month. What charges, if any, police might face remains unclear to the public as of April 1st. Wow. So that's a good example of progress right there. Because usually the person who pulls somebody off like this, they're going to get fired, get in trouble, fined. It says she could have, I'm reading the comments underneath the post. One of the person says she could have possibly saved his life because that officer was out of control. Somebody says she needs a promotion, put him behind bars. Why are police officers allowed to turn off their body cameras when they've done wrong? Shouldn't have only been her intervening. A grown-ass man was watching the nonsense and did nothing. Investigating what? Shit is on camera. I wish I could screw up an investigation myself for years at a time. Ridiculous. That officer was unhinged. She got tested for drugs, period. Oh, they're saying he should get tested. Suspended, should be fired. He should not be a cop, period. Dangerous, good for her, going what the other three didn't do with Floyd. Removing someone's soul from their body shouldn't be a line that's acceptable. Fire this dude on his day off, kick rocks. He is a cop, so he can beat people with impunity. Duh. All those male officers standing there, and it took a small female officer to handle the situation. I don't know if she handled it. Yeah, we need to get Goldberg off the street. Real tough guy choking a woman and threatening a handcuffed man. She's one who lost her job, shaking my head. So I'm sure she got fired. I bet you. That's what they do every time. I'm not sure what would make him put his hands on a woman, fellow officer, and threaten someone this way unless it was something he did all the time. He deserves to be fired. Yep. So what you think about that?
Firing him fixes. I don't think just firing him fixes his issue, because just firing him, okay, well, that's one thing. Hell, he can go to another police agency where, they'll hire him even with that unacceptable, behavior. So just firing is not enough. I think that if they fire him, they should take away his ability to become a police officer in
anywhere in the
place,
country,
any parts of the United States. Yeah, exactly.
But they don't have no
somebody that treats.
They don't have no national archive or whatever for that shit. I was watching a video about that. They just move from state to state once they get in trouble. Go get a job in another state as a cop.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. This shit, but yeah, I mean, but that right there tells the story as to why a lot of cops don't intervene when another officer is being, belligerent because of the fact of, them being reprimanded and they were just trying to help the situation.
The randomness of the internet. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it, folks. I'm tired. It's 5
I
a.m.
hear you. Yeah, it is 5 a.m.
And I wanted to wanted to cover that video, and I feel like I did pretty good. So feel good about that. That's what I wanted to do. So I think I accomplished it. Because people's sensitivity on the subject is my really issue. They just blow it out of proportion and use it as a tool to ignite people. You see how energetic people get over this freaking topic. There's a lot of energy in this topic. I mean, you have to wonder where the hell is all the energy coming from, and is this is this really a problem like they're saying it is? Like, how does this situation on the southern border really affect average Americans? That's kind of like the whole Russian thing. Like, the Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. My heart's out to them. I see their cities are getting messed up. But how does that affect the United States, really? How is that an issue for us? Not to sound insensitive, but the media has sold it as an issue for us. Cry for Ukraine. Cry for Ukraine. Don't cry for the people in the Congo. Don't cry for the people in Yemen. Don't cry for the people in Palestine. Cry for people in Ukraine, though. That's cool. And it's acceptable, and it's trendy, and it's fashionable, and it's politically correct. Fucking makes me sick. How everybody just falls in line with that shit. Without no question of it. And they're so ignorant of the whole topic. Anyways.
I didn't fall for the okie doke.
4.5 hours. I'm finna wrap it. Any final thoughts? We're gonna be back tomorrow. You gonna be back tomorrow? I'm gonna just wrap up. We'll probably touch on the migration. I'll probably just be going back to the migration shit just lightly tomorrow. We're just gonna finish up the week with the leftover stories and whatever randomly pops up. That's what I like to do for Saturday nights. And next week I'm gonna talk about vibration and spirituality. That's gonna be next week.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the spirituality talks. I really do. And that's another subject that Pat gets into too. So I think hopefully we can have some good shows next week. And I'll try to come on earlier too. Because I didn't realize until like Pat was telling me it was a different time zone, and he be changing time zones all the time. And then like it'd be later, where he's at when he's talking to me on the phone. half the time. So it'd be like another hour later. So like, let's say I'm coming on at 1 on Friday and Saturday, then Pat just now getting started to come on at 2 a.m. Where he at?
Yeah, yeah. Especially if he's on Eastern time zone, they're ahead of us, which I think he is because he's in Ohio. So
Yeah, so I come on late, so it's even later for him. So I'm gonna try to come on earlier as much as I can.
yeah, I got you.
And I'll just send you. I'll
But
send
yeah,
you.
man, I'll definitely be on tonight.
Yeah, bet.
You say what?
That's cool. That's cool. I always appreciate whatever time you guys give. You guys make the show. Y'all make the show, or otherwise it'd just be me screaming at the damn screen. That's how it started this off. It started off with me just yelling at the screen, just ah. Now I got people to talk to. It makes it better.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, it's a pleasure being out here, bro. I always enjoy it. So,
All right, man. Y'all have a good one. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening.
all right, bro. You too, man. Peace and love, man. And
Have a good night, man. Get you
catch
some
up
rest
with you tonight, I
too.
guess.
Yeah. When you going in, you gonna pull in
Yeah,
after
I
this.
am in probably about 30 minutes.
All right, man.
My off days this week is Monday and Tuesday. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
You heard? Yeah,
Yeah, I heard you.
Monday and Tuesday I'll be back. I'll be off. So yeah, bro, get my little 2-day break and get back at it, dog. That's it.
All right, man. Peace and love. Have a good night. Get you some rest, man.
All right, bro. Same here.
All right.
Later.